social media sites, gaining that child's trust, and learning the best way to access the child in the real world. Again, it is not these things are all things that you should look out for. You have predators online. Remember the 270 million Facebook profile we talk about? A lot of those profiles are built, and I'm going to be frank and real with you, a lot of those profiles are built to gain your trust, to manipulate you, and to, as the text here says, to get information on how they can find you in the real world. And when we get further in the presentation, we're going to talk about human trafficking. Anybody do you know what human trafficking is? It is not the dance. It is not car on road. You know what trafficking, you look like you just talked about the dance a while ago. Yeah, man, you know it. We are going to get to what human trafficking is. But you have to be wary of them, as my mother would have said, them big, gray-toned man and woman who they interact with you out of the blue. You just see somebody you don't know from nowhere. They like all of your posts. They must send you unsolicited messages in your inbox. Be aware of them, and before you know it, they start sending you game requests. They start sending you all of these requests because they are trying to build a relationship with you. Be mindful of that, because a lot of them do not have any good intentions. These are the stats for cyber grooming. Listen to this first stat. There are over 500,000 predators online each day. There are over 500,000 people online just moving up and down the internet looking for victims. 500,000 a day. In a week, we can't do much, but that are 5 multiplied by 7, which is enough predators. How much? 35 million? 35? No, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Yeah? But there are 500,000 predators online each day. It means that you have to be careful. You have to be mindful of who you talk to on the internet, because as I said before, these predators are looking for a way to get to you. The next thing they do is cyber stalk. So you have stalking in real life, where people physically follow back at people, and then you have stalking in the cyberspace, where so cyber stalking is the use of the internet to stalk or harass a person online. It can be used to, and listen to the things that cyber stalking can be used to. It can be, where it gone? Here we go. It can be used to monitor your movements online. It can be used to solicit for sexual favors online. And it can also be used for kidnapping persons online. Remember, we spoke about earlier how persons connect with you to find out a way how they can find you in the real world. Cyber stalking is how they do that. So they're going to follow every post where you make. You have to be careful when you take pictures where you are at that time, because people will use that to tell where you are at what time of the day. So cyber stalking is something that you have to be very, very mindful of. And finally, another issue that you need to look for is fishing. And this is not fishing when you go to the lake or the river and throw your line into the water. This is fishing with a PH. Now, if you have ever, a lot of you use emails. You ever get some email from some fake company, so them pretend like them are, you get that already? So them pretend like them are Digicel, or them pretend like them are Flow. Some people pretend like them are banks, asking you to update your password and your thing online. And somehow we know too cyber smart, we do it. Right? But these are what you call phishing, where users pose as some other entity or somebody that you would normally trust to get you to click on a link, open an email, or do some action online that gets them to get into your personal and private accounts. Now, why is this important? If somebody has your TikTok password, your IG password, I'm saying, well, you probably open like, Jesus, please. Your, what else do you use? Your Instagram password. This is a problem because they can read the messages that you have with your friends, and they can, by doing that, tell what your routines are. So they can tell where you go to school if you never post it by those conversations in your messages. They can tell where you live. They can tell who or what you are friends with and follow them to build a network around you. All the while, the entire objective is to get closer to you. So what can we do to protect ourselves online? Be smart online. Repeat after me. Be smart. Come again. Be smart. How can we be smart online? Firstly, keep private information private. Repeat it. Keep private information. And how do you do that? There are details that you can post online that people can use to identify you in the real world. Some people post them address. Some people post pictures of their ID. Some people post pictures of things that nobody who are strangers on the internet should know. If you're out and you need to take a picture, be mindful of how you take the picture, how much information is being revealed in the picture about your whereabouts at that particular time, right? So keep your information private. Phone number, home address, school name, these things should not be shared with people with whom you're not familiar. And most of the internet are people where you don't know. So do not share them online. Be smart. You can also manage your privacy settings. I know a lot of people don't like put on privacy because they want enough people to see them post. But that comes with its drawbacks. You can manage your privacy settings so that people who you do not follow cannot see your posts. This will ensure or at least minimize the possibility that strangers all over the place or any of those 500,000 predators that we spoke about know and have access to your private information. Again, be smart. Never, and I mean that. You can see the screen? If you can see the screen, I want you to read it. Never ever, meet anyone in person that you met online. Especially what? Especially what? No meet nobody from the internet. No make them tell you say them have no textbook figure. No make them tell you say them have you have no test paper, no past question, no sweetie, no phone, no laptop, no car, no bike, not even prayer. Then can send it in our message. Don't meet anybody in person that you met online, ever. And finally, anybody, Alkaline have a song with name Black and, wait name? So anybody who a move circumspect, anybody a move what? Shaky. Anybody a move shaky on your timeline, black and, because you have some people and you have to look out for them. Them come in as you post something, not even a minute, and them fuss like it. Sometimes some big, old, crusty back people. Yeah? And as you post nothing, them like it. You have to be mindful of that. Yes, you have some people who have no bad intentions, but always be mindful. Pay attention to these people. Because sometimes they don't have nothing good up them sleeve. And they're just trying to build that relationship. Right? And the final thing, when in doubt, throw it out. When in doubt? So if you get an email and you're in doubt, what you do? If you get a message from TikTok and you're in doubt, what you do? If you get what else do you use? IG requests, and you don't know who, or you're not too sure about them, what you do? When in doubt, that is it. But we are at the good part of the internet. It is not all bad. The internet can be used for constructive and meaningful development. And if you use it right, you can maximize on all that the internet has to offer. And these are some of the things. Firstly, the internet fun. Not true. You can go on it. It's so fun that sometimes even when you have homework to do, it's hard. Yeah? Yeah, it's hard to put on the phone, even though you have to. But because it is fun. And it is natural that you're going to want to gravitate to something that is fun, especially as children. But you have proper ways to do it and manage it. You have to be mindful of your digital footprint. Anybody know what a digital footprint is? Who can, if you can come tell me what a digital footprint is, you get one of the prizes. What is a digital footprint? Come. Yes, ma'am, see your hand. The first person to come and tell me what a digital footprint is will get this lovely, lovely bag of creamy toffees. Who first? First one reaching out, move like a, okay, so I look up, push on the D1. Which one of them reach first? All right, what is digital footprint?
Digital footprint is the things that you do online.
She says the things that you do online. Do you have another answer?
Your digital footstep are like a location where you go, like when you leave a location on, like Google Maps or some type of that sort.
Anybody else? Them not too right, them halfway.
It's similar to when like you're walking, like you leave a chase.
You leave a
chase.
She says similar to when like you're walking and you leave a trace. You think she's right? Give her a round of applause. What's your name?
Yannick Mattis.
Yannick Mattis. Yes, it's some nice stuff here. They must stick in your teeth, so when you eat them, you have to brush it after, yeah? Yes, so that is your digital footprint. So your digital footprint is, where are we? Yes, so your digital footprint is everything you do online is left there. It cannot be deleted. So you have to be mindful of that. You can also start campaigns online. It also, being online, it encourages creativity. You can design things. You can build out what you love and enjoy doing. It can also allow you to learn with each other online. And also, it helps you to express yourself. A lot of people, they are not able to express themselves person to person. But when they're online, it gives them that level of confidence that they can talk to people. So the internet is not all bad. No, we are in, before we close, the nice part of the presentation. Anybody did that take notes? Who did that take notes? Who remember everything when we talk from Ethiopia? Every single thing when we talk? Who remember the important things that I said since I've been up here? Me need to see more hands than that. Who remember all the important things that I said since I've been up here? All right, we are going to find out. So, ready up. The person to put up them on first or to reach up here first will get the chance to answer. So we begin. The first question for the prize of a Jamaica lanyard, right? So you can put your keyring on. As of January 2021, how many active users does the internet have? First person up here. First one. You. Wait. She first. How many active users does the internet have?
5 million.
She said 5 million. Is she right? Is she right? Who else? Wait, you win one already.
3.5 million.
She said 3.5 million. Is that right? Next. Wait, let me give she a chance. How much you say? You have to talk in animal. Who? Here we are. She said 4.66 million. Is she right? Give her a round of applause. Congratulations. The next question. Now ready up now. Everybody, yeah, alert. A speed now, you know. You see him both and Shelley and Fraser. The next question, quickly.
1 second, Mr. Lindsay.
I'm going to help you out. Yeah. I'm going to go down to the floor and use the microphone to get the answers for you, all right?
Very much.
Yeah, man. That's correct.
All right, so when Mr. Daly come around, you just go to Mr. Daly and answer the question at his microphone. So I'm going to wait until he reaches around.
Check. All right.
Missy, little Missy there study over our notes.
So we got that right a while ago. 4.66 billion.
That is correct.
Correct.
So the next question, Johnny, are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Okay, the next question is, and this is for, because COVID still there, a hand sanitizer keychain. It is, how many fake profiles exist on Facebook?
Come to me.
Johnny Daly. First one to Johnny.
Wait.
Wait.
The young man in yellow is me first.
Go ahead.
270 million.
Go again.
270 million.
200, him said 270 million, him right? Come for your prize, young man in yellow. Where are you from? Is anybody else from Westmoreland in the house? All right, big up yourself. One Westmoreland and you win. Congratulations. And we have 2 more prizes to go.
2 more to go.
The next one is the blue light glasses. So if you read on the computer a lot or you use your tablet a lot, this is important. So we not just protect you on the internet, we are protecting your eye them. And the question is, how many predators are online each day?
All right, this young lady got to be
first.
This
young lady, go ahead.
How many predators are online each day?
Over 5 million predators.
She said, wait. She said over 5 million. Is she correct? No.
Hold on.
Wait. Give him
one
some
at
time.
One at a time. Young man.
Over 500,000. He said over 500,000. Is he correct? Give him a round of applause. And the last question for the day, Johnny. Boy, I don't know how you're going to manage this today. The last question for this big basket. No.
You're going to put your hands up first.
Everybody sit. No cheating. Cheating.
No cheating. Everybody sit.
Everybody sit.
Go back to your seats. I need to see your hand up first. I will come to you.
That is it. So
I will come to you.
Put up your hands. Don't run to the podium or to Johnny. Johnny.
I will go to them.
All right. And the question is, am I here?
Listen, guys, don't run up to me. I will come to you. Your hand is supposed to go up. The first hand up, I will head to you.
The question is, what are 3 ways that you can use to be smart online?
Wait.
Go ahead, Johnny. Again, what's on stake is this big gift basket. We have wafer cones. We have Twix. We have M&Ms. We have Snickers, Pringles. Johnny, you reach?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Question one more time.
What are 3 ways you can use to be smart online?
You can private your account. Don't post personal information and watch who you talk to online.
The 2. I'm going to get 2 out of 3, Johnny. Anybody else? Put up your hand quickly. Find them. Go ahead.
Manage your account very well. Don't post your information online and
And time up. 2.
Hold on.
Wait, one more. Shh. I can't hear Johnny.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You should keep personal information private. Private details.
Hold on, guys.
Wait, let you finish. Chip out again.
You should keep personal information private.
Keep personal information private.
Private details with cloud.
Private details with?
Yes, sir. As in like block and delete like people that you feel are a threat.
Block and delete people that you're not comfortable with.
And you should
Time. Come again. Somebody must can get the 3. One at a time. Johnny, you find somebody else?
Hold on. We have somebody on the microphone. Hold on. We have somebody on the microphone already.
One at a time.
Go ahead.
Ways to be smart online is to keep your private information and do not share your phone number and address and manage your privacy settings. And if a no numbered account texts you, just block and delete it. When in doubt, throw it out.
What would say she win? All who say she will get a round of applause.
Make your way up there, darling.
Come for your prize.
Come for your prize, young lady.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you.
Be smart online.
Please clap her, please.
Give her a round of applause. Where is she? Come, man, come. Congratulations. And what is your name?
Lashoy Hyatt.
What school do you attend, Lashoy?
Claude McKay High.
Claude McKay High. Anybody else from Claude McKay High in the building? Congratulations, Lashoy. This is your prize. Lashoy, give her a round of applause again. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me today. Again, remember, be smart online. Watch out. Be careful. Have fun. But do it in a responsible way. Enjoy the rest of the day, everybody. Big up.
Mr. Lindsay, please stay here for just a second. Thank you very much. Can we give it up for Mr. Lindsay for a great presentation this afternoon? Young people, this is what we want. We want to listen to people like Mr. Lindsay, who's so knowledgeable in his field, and of course, passing on some great nuggets this morning. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Lindsay. Please, I'm going to invite Amelia Ferron to give the vote of thanks to Mr. Lindsay.
Mr. Lindsay, on the behalf of the CAP, our general sponsors, and certainly the children delegation, here and those of which who are tuned in via Zoom, a warm thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your extremely busy schedule to share with us such valuable information. I can assure you that your presentation has left an impact on all of us and will certainly benefit us going forward. Once again, thank you.
Great job again, Mr. Lindsay. Congratulations. Did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy that? Come on, make some noise, give me the energy. Did you enjoy that presentation? All right, thank you so very much. I want you to just sit where you are because our next session is coming up. I want you to stay right here. All right, hold on. Yes, please stay where you are for the next session. We're going to have the PEP and the GNAT sessions right now. So just stay where you are. We're going to make sure that you get the presentation that you've been waiting for. Also, to those folks who just did the robotics and the music sessions, that should be wrapping up right about now when we have a turnover for the next set of folks to head to the robotics and music session. So in the meantime, Mr. DJ, let's give me one song and then we're going to move into our next presentation, which should include our PEP. Okay, we're moving to conflict resolution. Let me know. There we go. Our next session will be on mental health and stress management, and that will be happening here inside the main auditorium. So please stick and stay with us as our next presenter makes their way. Okay. Thank you very much, folks. Thanks for your patience. Really appreciate you. In the meantime, I'm going to invite you to get back to your seats if you've been moving around. I just want to inform the PEP students that your session is coming up, so just stay patient. We're going to inform you where to go and what time your session will begin. But for now, we're going to head into a session, very important session on mental health and stress management. I think you all should sit and listen to this one carefully, especially our PEP students, because we're going to be going through a bit of stress soon with PEP. But don't worry, Miss Sasha Gay McPherson, she's a children's officer, a psychology unit of the Cpfsa. She'll be here to calm you down and give you some tools you need to help to relieve those stresses. But before that, we have a very bright young man, Mr. Theo Knight Tomlinson. He's going to be doing an introduction of our next guest presenter. Please welcome Mr. Theo Knight Tomlinson.
Morning, everyone. No, man. It's just after 11. Good morning, everyone. All right, hold on. I don't think I'm hearing clearly, so we're going to do it side by side. So this is my right, which is your left. This is my left, which is your right. So on my right-hand side, good morning. No, man. On my left-hand side, good morning. On really gonna make them out doing up on the right. Sorry again. On my right-hand side, good morning. Those of us to the back, good morning. No, man, this session is indeed for you guys. It looks like your stress level is a bit too high. So let me tell you what's gonna happen next. Mrs. Sasha K. McPherson, BPOT, is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, where she pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology and graduated training in applied psychology. She furthered her study at the Michael University College, completing her training in counseling and social work. She has a wealth of experience in the child protection sector, having working with the Child Protection and Family Service Agency for over 6 years, and is currently assigned to the mental health unit. Mrs. McPherson BPOT is also the founder of the Strategic Solution for the Children and Young Adults, which provides coaching, training, and support for NGOs, schools, and practitioners who work with children and youth. She has worked as a consultant on the USAID Commit 11 project, which was commissioned by the Women's Research and Outreach Center and UNDP, exploring the impact of the joint police and military operation in Tivoli Gardens. She presently serves as the mentor in the Ministry of National Security's We Transform program, where she engages children who are in conflict with the law and are incarcerated in juvenile correction facilities. Mrs. McPherson BPOT is passionate about child protection, mental health, youth development, and other areas. This passion translates to her voluntary engagement and extensive community involvement. She's a Christian, a dedicated guardian, and a proud country bumpkin who loves nature and outdoor activity. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together and help me welcome Mrs. Sasha Gay McPherson BPOT.
Thank you, Theo. That was a wonderful introduction. Good morning, young men and young women. No, man, that sounds like a hungry good morning. Say good morning like you're looking forward to lunchtime, because we have lunch next. Good morning, young men and young women. All right, that's better. So my name is Sasage McPherson. Some of you will know me. Others of you will get to know me this morning into the afternoon. And I will be talking to you about one of my favorite topics, which is stress management and mental health. No. I will be dubbing this presentation how you make lemonade. Like if you love lemonade, say lemonade. Okay, so a lot of you don't like lemonade, but we're going to learn to make lemonade today. So there are several things that will add to stress, especially, I know all of you can agree, or over the COVID period, there were differences that you had. You had to stay home, you had to do online school, and all of that was stressful. And now, coming out of COVID, it's a new normal that you have learned to adjust to and readjust, and we're going to talk about that this morning. Now, I want you to bear with me as I highlight some objectives that I want you to learn. We have giveaways, prizes, and surprises, so I want you to focus on what these will come from. So, not sure why the slide isn't changing. So, I want us to define stress. So we're going to define stress, know what stress is. We're going to talk about what are stressors. How do we know that something is a stressor? We're going to also look at some symptoms of stress. And then we're going to go into 3 stress reduction techniques. All right, I'm sorry I'm not sure why the slide isn't changing, but I'm sure the technical persons are making the necessary adjustments, so you'll see what I'm saying in a minute. Now, what is stress? Stress is anything that causes any mental or emotional strain. So any reaction to mental, emotional strain, and it causes any bodily sensation, any bodily reaction, that is what stress is. And of course, we have different types of stress. Now, it comes from any situation that makes you feel frustrated, nervous, anxious, or angry. So stress can channel within us several kinds of feelings, and a lot of you will know about your emotions and feelings because I know your officers would have spoken to you about that. Now, do you think stress is always a bad thing, or can it be a good thing? It can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. So we're going to learn how to distinguish between the good stress and the bad stress. Now, stress can be a good thing, like you said, and it also can be harmful. Now, harmful stress is pretty much any kind of stress that is helpful for you to limit. It will cause you to perhaps move over into emotional distress, depression, and several other issues that we work with. Now, let's go now. So, what is a stressor? What is a stressor? Who would like to guess what is a stressor? We learned what is stress. What is a stressor? I see a hand. So, okay.
Anything that would like initiate a stressful reaction, whether physically or emotionally.
Excellent, right? So, can we give her a round of applause, please? So, anything that will elicit any sort of negative reaction, a stress or a strain, that is a stressor. Some environments, so any environment as well that is challenging or threatening to your safety, that is stress. So you would notice that when you go around some people or you go in some environments, you have some sort of reaction like what a lot of us like to say is that, "Me not like the vibe around this," or "Me not like the person, the vibe." That is our body signaling to us that this is a stressor for us. Now, we're going to go through some common sources of stress, or what is a stressor, and I want you, when I call or when you see it pop up on the screen, if that relates to you, you will say lemon. Okay, So some common sources of stress, and we came up with this based on when we speak to children. So some of you would have heard your stressor in this mix. When we speak to you, what are some common things? So this is not all of the stressors, but some things that may relate to you. So I'm going to call the stressor, and you say, if it applies to you, you say lemon, okay? Peer pressure. Lemon, okay. Social media. Lemon, that's a stress for you. Who does Instagram and TikTok stress out? You go on Instagram and you see some unrealistic images and you feel like, wow. Lemon. What about COVID-19? Who was COVID-19 stressful for? Lemon. What about the COVID lockdown? You're locked down, you can't go out, you cannot. Okay, they have you in here like a pack of sardine, you cannot escape, you cannot come out, right? Lemon. What about too many chores? What about online classes? Close of physical classes. The crime rate in Jamaica. Jamaican news. When you watch the news, what are you saying lemon or you don't watch the news? Okay. What about conflict with your parents, your guardians? Lemon, you're having conflict with them, okay. What about schoolwork and your academic pursuits? Okay, what about lack of privacy? Parents don't give you privacy, the facility don't give you privacy. Is that a lemon? I can't hear you. Okay, it means that, okay. What about lack of trusted adult support? You feel as though you don't have enough big adults in your life to support you through your difficulties. Okay, I don't hear any lemon, so it means that we're doing good as adults. What about conflict with your peers, your friends, your family, your little girlfriend or your little boyfriend? Lemon, okay, friends, you need to do better. What about having few or no opportunities to vent, to quarrel and to just galang bad when you're upset? Okay, some adults don't understand you. Lemon, may I hear some hungry lemon man? You know what, lemonade? Feeling like you have little control over your own decisions. Okay, so we can agree that we have a lot of sources of lemon and sourness among us, and we're going to learn now how to deal with them. Now, so how do you know when you're stressed? So I'm going to go through, it's very important for us as mental health professionals, for persons to understand how it is that stress shows up in their body. Because stress shows up differently for everybody, from child to child, from adult to adult, from situation to situation, how you respond to stress when you're sick, as opposed to how you respond to stress when you're well. So, we see this image here of this young lady. It appears she's probably doing an exam, or it could be anything, and you can see that she's stressed. Who agree that she's stressed? She looks stressed, right? But how do you look when you are stressed? Do you look like that, or do you look happier? Okay, so let's go to some symptoms now. So we categorize the symptoms of stress in 4 broad categories, and I want you to pay keen attention to how we group them. So we have the cognitive symptoms, and when we talk about cognitive symptoms, we're talking about the mind, the brain, the mental health. Now, one of the things that occurs when young people, children, even adults are very stressed is that they will have memory problems. So maybe last year or maybe in 2019 before COVID, you found that you were doing so well in school, and then coming back to school now or during COVID, your first reports, they weren't as pleasing as they usually were. You realize that when you were doing the exams, you were forgetting some things. Stress does that. It affects the brain and your ability to process information and to function. So memory problems is one aspect of that. Inability to concentrate. Stress does that. Now that you're having the information, I'm challenging you as well to study yourself after this. When you're stressed versus when you're not stressed, how do you concentrate? Do you find that you focus easier on conversations generally? on the play that you have, work, schoolwork, or is it that you focus less? All of that. Continuous worry, that's also a symptom. If you are generally or somebody you know is usually a happy and bubbly person, always cracking jokes, and then all upon a sudden them just low and gloomy and always seem worried, that could be an indication of stress. Racing thoughts, meaning you're thinking about a lot of things at once. You feel like your mind is very, very busy. This is a very, very great symptom and indicator of stress that you ought to pay attention to. So those are the cognitive symptoms, and remember we said those symptoms refer to what happens with your mind and your brain. Now we're moving over to the emotional symptoms. Feeling down. A lot of the time persons will feel down, sad, same thing, we call it the blues, when they are stressed, and this is an emotional symptom of stress. Feeling overwhelmed, and what do we mean like this? You just feel like you have too much to do and too little time, and sometimes because you're stressed, you kind of magnify what's going on, meaning the workload is not that big, but you think it's really, really big. Stress does that. Irritability, short temper. How many of you people say you're too short-tempered or too ill-tempered? Stress causes that. So maybe you are generally a calmer person. You generally have better relationships with your peers. Maybe in the facility you were one of the helpful children. You were calm and relaxed. But suddenly you start getting very, very irritable. You're getting to quarrels more often. You're getting to fights more often. You're crying more often, irritability. And then inability to relax. Some of us don't know how to relax. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter how nice the day is or how cool the day is. It doesn't matter if several good things are happening in somebody's life. Some persons, when they're stressed, they find it hard to relax. Now we're going to look at the physical symptoms. And I want you to pay attention at the distinction between the emotional, the cognitive, the physical, and the behavioral. Now, chest pains, elevated heart rate. For those of you who we would have screened, you would have noticed that we ask these questions a lot. Do you feel like your chest tighten a lot? Excessive perspiration. I'm not talking about now that I'm sweating because I'm hot. Excessive perspiration when there's no physical reason to be perspiring. That is a signal of stress. Frequent colds or illness. And this is a biological testament that whenever your body is compromised because of stress, you will be more susceptible to being sick. So you may get a cold easier, you may catch everything that is going around easier because you're highly stressed, you're not sleeping enough. Nausea or dizziness. Some persons have this problem when they're super stressed, the headaches. Now we're over to the behavioral symptoms. Now, those of you who have a decrease in appetite, meaning you don't like to eat, when you're stressed, you really don't want any food, say lemon. Okay, for those of you who when you're stressed though, you would have eat down the whole place, say lemon. Okay, I am right there with you, I'm a stress eater. Now, what about nervous habits? That's also a behavioral indicator of stress. So maybe this person that you know, they weren't so nervous before, but anytime they're stressed, they're nervous about everything. They will forget where they put stuff and they get nervous, they cry a lot. Nervous habits. Difficulty, irregular sleeping. Now, for some persons, when they are highly stressed, they have trouble falling asleep. Who does this sound familiar to? Do you have trouble falling asleep? Do you have trouble staying asleep? Ah, okay. Or do you have nightmares? Those are some of the behavioral symptoms. Excessive use of alcohol. Some persons will drink and smoke when they are stressed, and there are several ways that I realize a lot of young people are using now that are very dangerous, by the way, and those are stress. So we looked at the cognitive, the emotional, the physical, and the behavioral. I hope you were staying tuned to that. Now we're going to go into some stress reduction techniques, which is the meat of the matter. And I will stick close it to the time allotted because I want you to go to lunch. Okay? Now, what are stress reduction techniques? It's in the word. Any activity that you do, any technique, anything that you do that helps you to manage or reduce or alleviate stress is a stress reduction technique. Now, we will have some in psychology that we propose, but there are several other techniques that you will have that will come to you naturally based on your DNA, based on your socialization that would also fit nicely into these techniques. So, we have separated these into 3 groups of techniques. Mental techniques, relaxation techniques, which are my favorite, by the way. I do this a lot with the children that I work with, and the communication techniques. Okay, so we're starting with the relaxation techniques. Now, relaxation techniques, they pretty much help you to calm down, to relax. We use a lot of deep breathing techniques here because we want to ensure that your brain is getting a fresh supply of blood. We say oxygenated blood. You don't have to remember all of that big term, but I want you to know. So they're simple and effective. They can be done anywhere. You could be in that test and you do a deep breathing technique. You could be on the bus going to school, you can simply do a deep breathing technique, and we're going to go through one this morning that some of you will be familiar with, okay? Now, the controlled breathing helps you to calm down, to feel calmer, to relax. It gives you clarity of thinking, and that's what some of you have said to us before. Now, to keep thoughts calm and relaxed while breathing, you introduce, so one of the things that I want you to do, and I'm going to give you the directions, when we read, so I'm going to teach you, for those of you who haven't known it yet, the 4-7-8 breathing technique. And those who know it already, just do it. I know some of you know it already, right? I see Anna K waving. So here's how we're going to do it now, though. When we reach at the count of 8, when you're breathing out, I want you to say the word calm or relax, but you're going to say it in a very hummed tone. So here's how this works. And I will start you out, and then you're going to do it progressively on your own. So 4-7-8. So you're going to inhale on a count of 4, and you're inhaling through your nostrils, your nose, not your mouth. So you're not going to open your mouth. You're going to close your mouth, and you're going to inhale on a count of 4. And then you're going to listen for my signal. You're going to hold it for 7 seconds, and I'm going to count to 7 for you in this instance. Then you're going to breathe out slowly through your mouth now on a count of 8. And remember, this time we're going to hum either, well, let's work with the word calm. So when you're breathing out, when I reach at 8, you're going to say calm. Is that instruction clear? Okay, let's go. So inhale on 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and exhale 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Calm. Very good. Let's do that again. Now, I saw that some people exhale before the 8, so you have to work on your breathing, okay? I can see those who are non-swimmers in here, you really can't hold the breath. All right, so let's go again. Inhale on 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, exhale on 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, calm. Okay. Now, I can say this much to you. This breathing activity, if you're nervous, if you're in a situation where you're nervous, you have an exam, or maybe you know that you got into trouble at home with your parents, maybe your foster parents, the facility caregivers, or whoever it is, and you're a little bit nervous to go into that discussion, you can do this. Do it about 3 or 4 times, and you will get a little calmer. It won't fix everything, because it takes a while, but you will feel a little calmer. Now, another thing that sometimes we do add that works for some children is that when you're doing the 4, 7, 8, if you're somebody who is prone to distractions, maybe there are some of us who are prone to distractions, but we do not like closing our eyes. So if you're like that, while you're doing the 4, 7, 8, you can imagine your thoughts as balloons floating away. So if you like balloons, just imagine balloons floating away. If you like to see bubbles, imagine you're blowing some bubbles and they're floating out, some pretty colorful bubbles. Okay? And that works. So that's one of the relaxation techniques. There are several others, but we're looking at one per category today. Now we're going to move next to the communication techniques. Now, those of you who I work with, and those of you who any member of the Smiles Mobile work with, you will hear the term active listening and assertive communication a lot. Yes, I see a hand there. We try to get you young people into the habit of active listening and assertive communication because we want you to be emotionally smart, right? Emotionally intelligent, another way of saying it. Now, when you learn to be an active listener, you build relationships with your peers, with the persons you're communicating with, and you also send a more respectful message, right? And it tells the other person that you're respectful of their thoughts, their ideas, you respect their time. Now, it involves listening to the content of the conversation as well as the feelings. I often talk to you about the nonverbals. So you listen to not only what the person is saying, but also what is not being said. Did he or she make up them face while they were talking? Were they stamping their feet? What are some of the nonverbals that you would have observed? You have to take in all of this when you're trying to listen actively. Now, for example, and I have an example there. Let's say you have a friend, you have some chores. I know for some of the facilities, you have your chores to do. Maybe you're on kitchen duty. You and your friend had some homework doing, and the friend said to you, "Me finally finished all of my homework in Anna K." And then you respond by saying, "Okay, good, you can't go help me wash up the dishes now." Do you think that was Anna K listening actively? No. So if you were the friend, would you have wanted, if you say that you finished your homework, would you have wanted the first thing out of your friend's mouth to be, "Come help me do something now"? None of us would want that. You'd want that your feelings are acknowledged, and then the person can propose, "Okay, could you perhaps help me with the dishes, or you can't help me wash up them plates, you know?" And so active listening teaches us to practice empathy. You're putting yourself in the person's shoes and you're walking around in it. You're trying to live life through their eyes. Okay? So another way of doing it could be, Anna K could perhaps say, "Well, I'm glad you finished your work, you know, really good job, I'm happy for you." And then maybe, after that, maybe another 5 minutes, she can say, "You know, so I have a heap of dishes, you can't help me come on and finish and go do my homework quick." That's another way of showing that I empathize with you. I am celebrating your completion of the work, but I also need help. So the next techniques that we're going to look at are the communication, not the communication, the mental techniques. Now, for the mental techniques, I'm going to talk to you about one of my favorite mental techniques, and I do this with you guys a lot. So, positive affirmations, using positive statements, I statements, and that sort of thing. Now, it's important in this era that you are growing up with, where lots of messages are out there to lower your self-esteem, to make you feel bad about yourself. You go on Instagram, you see some young girls who they are your age, and according to Instagram, everything is picture perfect. A blow to your self-esteem, but little do you know that there are some things behind the filters. So the mental techniques is helping you to reaffirm yourself, remind yourself what your power is, what your strengths are, and it's something that I encourage you to do daily. Now, for example, positive statements. It's important that you wake up daily and you have some affirmation that you do. What are affirmations? They are positive things that you tell yourself each day. So one could be, I am smart, I work hard, I always do my best. For some people, they use Bible verses. So nice to do it right after your morning devotion. For those who have devotion, for those who don't, maybe you could do it in the shower. You find some personalized affirmation that you tell yourself. Let's say you are worried about something. Maybe you're worried that you did Cpfsa and you're worried about the results. A positive statement that you could use daily when you wake up until results come, you could say, I am smart and I know I did my best. Maybe you're anxious about, maybe you applied to law school at university, maybe you applied to medicine or whatever it is that you applied for. You wake up and you tell yourself positive things. Very important for boosting your self-esteem, very important for boosting your self-confidence. Okay? So now we're going to go to some very practical tips. I told you I would stick to the time so that you can be out of here and get to lunch. And we are right on the ball. Now, some very practical tips. Now, physical movement, very important for stress management and stress reduction. And if you notice, for those of you, when you were in primary school, for those who went to primary school or prep school, for those who went to prep school, you did more playing than work. That is how it ought to be. So movement, it does a similar thing to what the breathing does. It helps you to relax. It helps your body to release happy hormones, happy chemicals. So exercising, and it can be simple for those who do physical education. Well, all of you, most of you should still do physical education. The workout that the teacher will teach you to do, those are very simple ways, physical activity. You can do it with your friends at the facility. You can do it at home with your brothers and sisters. Engage in your hobbies. Your hobbies are what you like to do. Maybe you like to play netball in your spare time. Maybe you enjoy playing football, whatever it is. Do enough of that. Once it's some movement activities, it will help you to manage your stress. Because stress is also biological based, as we learned earlier. Now, music. Music is very powerful. We often hear, you know, different people will have different perspectives. There are some persons who say that music doesn't contribute to crime, and there are others who will say that no. But I am here to tell you, I won't answer that question whether music contribute to crime, because that's not my purpose here this morning. But I can say to you, music can put you in a trance, and it will impact your mental health. It impacts your mood. It impacts everything. Now, it's important for you to listen to more uplifting music. So I'm not saying that maybe you like different, because dance hall, there's some uplifting dance hall music, but you have to be careful of the messages that you're internalizing. Okay? So uplifting music. And there's some dancing songs that are very uplifting. And I'm sure you can name a few. Those who know the latest Ding Dong, I hope it's the latest one about bounce. That's a very uplifting song. It's not negative. So it doesn't mean that because it's a dancehall song, it cannot, or it doesn't mean that uplifting music, meaning that it's going to be a boring song that you want to sit down and fall asleep. No, there are songs you have to listen to what the words are, not only the beat. No, eating healthily and on time. I know that there are some children who, when they're stressed, remember we spoke about some of the physical symptoms where you don't want to eat. It's important that you try to eat on time and healthily, as it helps you to deal with your stress. Remember now, your body, your brain is the powerhouse of your body. And so if you're not feeding your mind, if you're not feeding yourself, what will your body have to deal with the stresses of life? Nothing. So I know some children, you try to be spiteful by saying you're not going to eat dinner this time, and then you say you didn't get any food. You have to eat your food. Don't ever spite your nose, cut off your nose to spite your face, because that's what you do when you decide you're not eating a food because you're vexed with auntie so-and-so. Okay? Now, positive thinking. Remain optimistic. Don't matter what's happening. Even during COVID, we hear monkeypox is out there. Remain optimistic. Tell yourself, I will not get monkeypox. While though, it's not only about being optimistic and being positive, but you have to walk the walk and talk the talk. So don't just wake up and say, I will not get monkeypox today by the grace of God, but yet you're doing the things that will put you in monkeypox way. So we're talking about being practically positive. And how do you remain optimistic? The affirmations that we spoke about when we were talking about the mental techniques, telling yourself positive things, entertaining happy thoughts, dealing with healthy habits, positive relationships. And this is bringing us back to peer pressure. Now, we often hear the adage that says, show me your friends and me tell you who you are. It's very, very true. If it is you hang out with negative people, your life will become negative and you will become negative. If you know, say a friend love chat people, find new friends, because that friend is going to talk about you too. If you have a friend who likes to experiment with drugs, eventually that is what will happen to you. Positive relationships. If you have a friend, and when we say positive, I'm talking about healthy relationships. And my wish is that children learn healthy relationships and what they look like from as young as possible. And that will prevent you from a lot of hiccups when you become adults. So do you stay in friendships where the person beats down at your self-esteem, point out the worst things about you, talk about all your secrets, pinpoint your weaknesses and the things that you're insecure about? Those are not positive relationships. So try to seek out and surround yourself with positive people, people who are genuinely happy, not the fake smiles, the genuinely happy people who want to be genuinely happy for you. Okay? Positive relationships. So those are in terms of the practical tips. Now my final thoughts. I want to remind you, stay positive, stay active, stress management, making lemonade, stay positive, stay active, stay present, and entertain good vibes. When life gives you lemon, ensure that you make lemonade. Now, I've come to the end of my presentation, and I know you have lunch up next. I thank you for participating and for sitting. I know it's not easy to be thinking about lunch and sitting down and being, focused, and you did that, so I thank you. So now I will hand over to Mr. Johnny, who will give you some questions and the giveaways.
One more time for the lovely presentation. One more time for Miss Sasha Gay McPherson. One more time for the beautiful ladies' presentation. Thank you so very much. That was well done. But I'm not the one doing the vote of thanks, so we're going to allow that to happen as well. We're going to allow you to just get out there and get refreshed a little bit. Yeah, man. Before I even get into the next video I'm going to be showing, which is still a part of this session, by the way, the PEP session is ready. So for those of you who are going to do the PEP sessions, look at me. There's a male bathroom right across, opposite to my right there. You're going to be meeting your chaperones right over there, and you're going to go off to your PEP sessions. Now, folks, in the meantime, I want to tell you that we have a video presentation that we are going to show you, and this is all about you. Remember, for those of you who are experiencing any form of stress, we're going to be playing this video courtesy of You Matter Mental Health. And listen, the first point person for you to go to is, of course, your your leader, your entrepreneur, anybody that is part of leading your team, any of the adults that's leading your team, your caregiver, that's the first person you should always go to if you're feeling stressed. If you are 16 years old and you think you need extra help, we're going to be showing you this particular chat line, and this chat line should be able to assist you. It is called You Matter Mental Health Chat Line, and this video will show you all that you need to know. So let's go over now to this video presentation for You Matter.
To most persons or children, they're going to see it as an outcast and, wonder, how are you doing this without your mom? How do you feel without your mom or your dad? I just use outside persons, whoever I come into contact with who had like a role model within my life, I use them as a representative of my parents. And regards to, my mental health, it really bothered me until, I grew up and I realized that this is natural. There's nothing that I can do, but it's what I do to, change the situation, change the generation, and to, become somebody great and not let the past define who I am today. One of my obstacles was growing up, especially without parents. I really didn't see what's my purpose here on earth, because I'm saying I really don't have anyone to grow up to take care of. Or, most persons, they want to grow up to take care of their mother, take care of their father. And I didn't have that hope. I didn't have that push. And so most times I really, thought about ending my life because I did not see the purpose of, being a part of this world. And it wasn't until I had become pregnant with my son at 15, then I got, hope, and, this is a human being who's now depending on me. I don't have a mother, I don't have a father, but I have a son who I can now live for and to, create a better future for him. So that was one of my biggest obstacles with, a lot of suicidal thoughts. At Maxfield, here was my family, my home. Life started here for me, basically. The girls, they were my sisters. The house mothers, they were my mother. Here's where I, transitioned to become the person I am today. Growing up, a lot of persons really didn't know how it really affected our mental health to not have our parents around. I really wanted to see how best I could help with facilitating, a change within the system itself.
If you're between the ages of 16 and 24 and you need help with your mental wellness, text SUPPORT to 876-838-4897 to chat with a trained counselor today. Start the conversation. Your feelings matter, you matter.
Awesome. Start the conversation. Your feelings matter, you matter. Thank you for that applause. Really important. Once again, I'd like to invite on stage Miss Sasha Gay McPherson. She's the one that made the presentation a while ago, and of course, we just concluded with the video presentation, and that ends her total presentation. Sasha Gay, thank you so much once again, and we're also inviting on stage Mr. Theo Knight Tomlinson. He's going to be presenting a vote of thanks to Sasha Gay. Sasha, just before you go, I'd like to give away something to one person who was listening keenly to your presentation. You have a question for us? Here we go.
All right. So we spoke about 3 categories of stress reduction. And for the relaxation, which I said was my favorite, we did a deep breathing activity. What was the name of that exercise?
The name of the deep breathing activity, you've won already. I want to give somebody else a chance. Young lady, come over here. The name of the deep breathing activity. Come right here, please.
It's a stress relief activity.
It is a stress relief activity, but we had a name for it.
Come on, help her. Come on, help her. We're getting another helper. Getting another helper from that section. Yes, on the right-hand side. Hi, what's your name?
I am Laverne. It's called 478.
It's called what?
478.
Correct.
478. She's correct. Stay right there. Congratulations to you, young lady. And of course, good try as well to you, young lady. But that's what listening carefully does. Congratulations again, and thank you, Sasha. Mr. Theo, please, sir.
I believe when I say that this session was a good session, we can all agree, right? I'm not convinced. But I believe when we say that this session was a good session, we can all agree, right? No, man, I don't sound like I couldn't believe in the 478. 478? I don't sound like I couldn't believe in the 478. Come on, man. It was a good session, right? All right. And so, because it was a good session, we have to thank our presenter. So, Mrs. McPherson, be put, on behalf of the children that are here at the National Children's Summit, in person, and those who are online, as well as our facilitators of this event, I would like to say thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to us, to tell us how we can manage our stress and use our 478. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much to Theo and Sasha. One more time, I want the PEP students, those of you who are in for the PEP session, the gentleman is waving his hand there in the yellow. If you know you're supposed to be a part of the PEP session, make your way over to that gentleman. He'll be informing you exactly where to go. It's very important that you take these sessions. They're geared towards assisting you. Also, if you have an orange ticket, if you've been given the color orange ticket for the robotics and the music sessions, please gather to my right there with that person there in white. Gather to my right in the tunnel, and you will be taken around to do your sessions in robotics and to learn more about music in the music sessions. That's for those persons with an orange ticket only. If you have an orange ticket, then you can make your way to the right for robotics and for music sessions. Remember, the PEP folks, please meet with that gentleman over there in the mask and the yellow top, right there by the male bathrooms across from the stage, and you will be taken to your sessions for PEP. If you're not with any of if you don't have an orange ticket and you're not going to PEP, stay right where you are. We have another very important session in conflict resolution to come, but just before that, we have a lovely young lady who's waiting in the back to bring us some remarks and some messages, and her name is Danielle Jordan Bailey. She is the president of the National Secondary Students Council. And so I want you to put your hands together for Danielle as she makes her way with her remarks right now.
Hello, oh, there we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danielle Jordan Bailey, the president-elect of the National Secondary Students Council. Essentially, the National Secondary Students Council is the premier student-led organization, an umbrella organization of the Ministry of Education and Youth that seeks to empower and advocate for the needs of students island-wide. The National Secondary Students Council, more commonly known as the NSSC, correlates to the rights and responsibilities of a child in an aim to enlighten those on their rights and responsibilities. We want to first thank the Cpfsa for creating this opportunity for children to be exposed to various self-development opportunities. And on behalf of the National Secondary Students Council, we would like to thank you for exposing us to this beautiful summit. I just want to remind you all to beat the odds and chart your destiny. Thank you.
All right, so Daniel Jordan Bailey, thank you so very much for making us, of course, feel that we're doing a great job here, and she gave us a nice talk a while ago. Her remarks are more than welcome. All right, so I told you we're going to be moving into another session, very important session on conflict resolution. And that is one thing that I know that is being pushed on a national level. It's being pushed on a regional level and also being pushed on the local level. And I want to encourage you, all the students here, all the children here, that you should be paying keen attention to this, because this is one of our problems here in Jamaica, is that we move from 0 to 100 too quickly in terms of our emotions. And so we should learn how to control our emotions and to be better at conflict resolution. All right. I want to invite on stage Mr. Tyrese Sherman. Is Tyrese here? Yes, he is. He's going to be introducing our next speaker. And please put your hands together for this young man, Tyrese Sherman, member of the CAP.
Test. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I do hope that you have been having a wonderful time thus far and that you have been learning from the various presentations that we've been having. So at this time, we'll be having our conflict resolution session. So before I introduce our speaker, I have a few questions to ask. Have you ever had a conflict with yourself internally, where you may be stressing over something and don't know how to react? Have you ever had a conflict with your peer or your facilitator or teacher, and you just feel enraged and want to snap at them? Well, Mr. Andre Boyd is here to tell you how to handle those conflicts. Mr. Andre Boyd is a seasoned young mentor with certification in cognitive behavior therapy and alternative dispute resolution. He has received training in meditation through the Dispute Resolution Foundation, DRF, and boasts over 7 years of experience working with at-risk youth. His extensive work with youth started at the DRF's youth program, the Island-wide, and provides a youth-friendly environment for students who are displaying maladaptive behaviors. Serving in the capacity of Youth Peace Facilitator, YPF, on the mentioned program, Mr. Boyd has conducted numerous one-on-one sessions, parent-child interventions, and psycho-educational group sessions focusing on a variety of topics, including conflict management, anger management, peer pressure, bullying, and self-esteem. His tenure in the youth program makes him privy to the valuable information on the topic of bullying and conflict. Acts of bullying assist them in effectively resolving conflicts. So at this time, please make a warm welcome for Mr. Andre Boyd.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good afternoon. All right. So as you heard, my name is Andre Boyd. I represent the Dispute Resolution Foundation. Now, how many of you have heard of the Dispute Resolution Foundation? All right, I see 2 hands. All right. All right. So let me introduce the Dispute Resolution Foundation. So the DRF is a civil society, public law organization in Jamaica, created to facilitate and encourage ADR methods. And the ADR stands for Alternative Dispute Resolution. So we, from the Dispute Resolution, find ways with helping young ones, old ones, children and people of all ages with understanding how to resolve conflicts. Now, we are not only in the court system, we're also in the homes, we're in the schools. we develop different methods to assist each and everyone with understanding how can we resolve conflicts. Now, we give a particular set of services. So we assist with mediations, both at the court level and private level. We deal with trainings and sensitizations. We design rules and regulations and dispute resolution systems that can help to facilitate the understanding and the solving of issues and problems. Now, we also have our youth department. All right. My friend with the rock on him, the blue rock. What go on, my G? Yeah, man, you, man. Yeah, nobody else but you. Yes. What go on? What's your name, sir? What's your name? Stand up and tell him. Come, quick and fast. Handele, Pacalo, handele. What's your name, sir? No, man, with that ear from right this when you laugh a while ago, man. Talk up, man. What's your name? Robert Butler. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, Mr. Butler. May I use it for some examples, you know, to make sure I'm call upon you can hear, you know? You can explain what I'm saying. We're good? We're good, man. We're good. All right. So, the youth department is basically centered around assisting youths with better understanding not only themselves, but others, and how they can become a light for the future. Because the children are the future. And I believe that each and every one of you have the capacity and the ability to be the best you can be. Our focus point, though, is our School Intervention Suspension Program, SSIP. What that is? Anybody know what the SSIP is? Anybody? It's up on the board still, so everybody kind of know what it is. That's a small test. Kind of the behind me. All of we can read, right? I believe so. Well, I know that. Now we're moving to what is bullying? What is bullying? So bullying is a verbal, physical, emotional, embarrassment, harassment of any person on a regular basis for days, months, or years. Bullying. Has anyone here ever been bullied before? I have. Has anyone here ever been the bully before? I have also been a bully. So, bullying includes name calling, mimicking, threatening, kicking, stealing, and basically mistreating your fellow student, your fellow friend, your fellow peer in any way. How are bullies made? Socialization. Your actions, your behaviors, your mannerisms, the way you move, the way you talk, more than likely comes from your environment. We learn, we absorb, we portray what we have seen before. So, persons will see a certain student, a certain fellow, a certain man, a certain woman behave in a certain way and say, hey, he's from that community or that lifestyle. So, who are we to be judged by where we're from? But when it comes to bullying, we normally learn it from three main places: home, community, television. But we can remove this basic television and we can put social media. Main places we learn how we behave. Physical punishment, child abuse, and a bully becomes a bully after he has been bullied. All right. Mr. Butler. 1 minute of your time, then, gentlemen. 1 minute, man. Just give me a run, come. Give me a run, come, quick. I don't know how hard, man. Something easy. Something easy, man. Something easy. Something easy. Just give me a quick. All right. Have you ever been bullied before?
No, sir.
Never been bullied before?
No, sir.
All right. Understandable. Has anybody ever called you a nickname that you didn't like?
Yes, sir. Sometimes.
Sometimes? Are you care for share? You don't want to share? All right. Yeah, well, all right. Don't move it up. Because I'm going to say some things I'm going to tell me if it sounds like bullying or it sounds like a joke. You understand? All right. So we reach the types of bullying. The first category is direct bullying. So we have physical bullying, which includes hitting, kicking, punching, and pushing or damage of property. So physical bullying causes both short-term and long-term damage. Now, I know a lot of students, young ones, who go to school and pinch, punch, and then they will always ask the question is, why you react the way you do? That happen in school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ever get a random punch and you know why you get it?
Yes, sir.
Random kick.
No, sir.
Just punch. All right. Now, this is the next part. Verbal bullying. So verbal bullying is when persons say negative things about you. Things to hurt your feelings, things to make you feel down. Things that allows you to lose a bit of your self-esteem. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me give you some examples. Throughout all my life, I've been a big-boned fellow. Do you believe that during school I was bullied? I was bullied a lot. Who are some of the names when them call me? No, man, Big's easy, man. Everybody big name Biggs. Yes, man. No, all right. Yes, all right. So I'm going to tell you a few things I was called that I never like at all. One, fat boy. Never like it. Never like it one bit. Bigger Ford. Never like it. Never like it. And because I have bow legs, yeah, man. Walk and dip. Yeah, man, never like it one bit. Never liked it one bit. Because words are used negatively to hurt your self-esteem, your feeling of self-worth. So verbal bullying is about the words that are being used to cut down at your fellow student. All right? So now we'll move to social bullying. And this is the one I believe a lot of persons don't understand, that is still bullying. So, social bullying is often carried out behind a person's back. So that is gossip, rumors, lies. That is what you call social bullying, when you're attacking a person's social name. Then now you have cyberbullying, which to me is one of the number one, I can say we're bullying a lot nowadays. All right, what's the number one use social media to everyone here? TikTok. All right. Where? YouTube. Facebook. I think Facebook are for old people. I don't know for my age people. Come here, old, you know. So the Instagram. Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, WhatsApp. WhatsApp, the number one place in the problem them nowadays. Snapchat. So, hey, don't get restless. You don't just have your pay for a reason. Don't worry yourself, man. Soon come back to you. Cyberbullying is basically the same with the verbal words, but now we're using our fingers. So we're typing these words of hurt, pain, destruction towards fellow students. Then, there's something that is being a little bit rampant nowadays, which is sexual bullying. So all of them, the little young fellows that like to run around and talk about, beg you a kiss, no? That is sexual bullying. Harassment. Sexual harassment. You want to be my girlfriend? No, man. And that's how we do it. And then now you see the nice young lady and you're trying to touch and all of these things. No, no, no. That is bullying also. Alright? Then we have financial bullying. And this bullying is one of the most funniest ones in the world. So we'll get to that. So financial bullying is when you're being bullied for not having something. So you can't afford the new Jordans, them laugh, them jeer you, call you poor, call you broke. You come one day, you might not have had breakfast, you might not have any money for lunch. Them trouble you, them jeer you. But who knows that there's also a reverse? Where you might be the person with the money and everybody else around you might not have it, and they turn around and then they start jeer you. After you end up without the parents' money. So this is the funniest one of all. But now that I've pointed out the types of bullying, we're moving into the effects of bullying. Now, bullying can affect anyone. It can affect the person that's being bullied, or bullied, I should say, the person that is doing the bullying, and it can also affect the bystanders, the persons that are just standing and watching. No. Signs of bullying. We're not going there as yet. So you said never been bullied before, right? All right. Have you ever bullied anyone before? You have bullied someone before? Just one time? No, man, I don't believe just the one time. All right, I don't believe just the one time. All right. Now, signs of bullying. Emotional and behavioral signs. Now, number one, changing eating patterns. Change how they eat. You would have a friend that no, he's a bit emotional, he doesn't want to eat anymore. You don't see him at lunch. You notice that he's away from, you don't see him eating anymore, you have to start wondering. Then you have frequent tears or anger, sudden outbursts. Then you also have mood swings, becoming withdrawn. Who understand what I mean by becoming withdrawn? Yes, sir. Yes, man, you start move away from the crowd, you're not around your friends as much. Nobody not really seeing you anymore, them just disappear, start wondering where they are. That's withdrawn. Understand? Then now you have refused to talk about what is wrong, doesn't want to go to school, grades begin to fall. These are what happens to students when they're being bullied. Then no. The effects of bullying will still continue. When you're being bullied and that emotion of hurt and disrespect is festering, it's building up, it's inside, the first thing you start to do is react differently. So you lose interest in activities. That means you're at school, don't want to learn, don't want to be a part of any social activity. You just want to be by yourself because of the hurt. Low self-esteem, the lack of confidence, feeling like you're inadequate. Because know that you're being bullied and you're feeling those emotions cutting away at who you are. You're losing that grip, that love, and that confidence in who you are as a person. No. After explaining what is bullying, the different types of bullying and the effects that bullying has on students, reach to bully prevention and intervention. But we're not going to start there as yet. Can you give me 5 ways how someone can fight against bullying?
Say by walking away.
All right, can you have back a seat? All right. We're at bully prevention and intervention. So, how we can assist? Yes, miss. Teacher. Yes, that is one of them.
And tell the principal.
All right, that is one as well. So, when we're dealing with the prevention and intervention, we're not just talking about in the schools. So we're talking about everyone can come together and assist with this problem of bullying. So from teachers, principals, dean, parents, bystanders, even other students, all can work together to help to solve one child's problem of being bullied each day. Now, how to handle bullying? Now, bullying is on so many different levels. There's so many different types of bullying that each way to stop it or to fight against it is different. But there are some main points. And one of these main points are, we just spoke about it, report it. A lot of the times, kids, students, you are hurt, you're being bullied, you're being disrespected, you're being harassed. But you keep it inside, you keep it to yourself. Because one, we have one of the most famous lines in Jamaica. Me and in farmer. Nah, in farm. But isn't it your life? You rather sit with that bad feeling for the rest of your life? No problem gets solved unless it is addressed. You need to report it. If you don't want to be an informer at school, you don't want to report it to school, report it to your parents. Report it to a family member. Report it to the guidance counselor. Because the only way you can stop bullying is by addressing it. Next thing is to come up with rules and regulations that is centered around bullying. What will happen to that bully? When you come down, you report that, hey, I am being bullied by that guy or that girl. What is the outcome? Set consequences for those actions is also needed. Now, also, implementation of safe space. A space where you're a student, when feeling bullied, when feeling harassed, when feeling down, can find that area and escape from the negative feelings or the negative actions that are happening. Self-esteem building exercises. When you're being harassed, when you're being bullied, it's like nicks and knocks and hammering against your self-esteem. Pieces of who you are being chipped away. One of the best ways to fix that and to rebuild yourself from that is building your self-esteem, which is believing in yourself. Let me see the hands of the persons that believe in themselves. So everybody to that side does not believe in themselves, none at all. Let me see the hands of the persons that believe in themselves. That believe I am great, I am wonderful. That believes that I am powerful and I can be who I want to be. Thank you very much. Hands down. No. We reach the prevention and the intervention to bullying. Listen to our children and their complaints. So when it comes to teachers, parents, family members, don't you ever let a complaint that a student make, a child make, or a teenager makes just fly under the radar. Never. No matter how stupid it might sound to you, it's a feeling and emotion to them. No matter how small it might sound to you, it is their feelings and emotions that it's affecting. So you as a teacher, parent, student, always remember that no matter what the complaint is, it is meaningful to them. 2, develop a curriculum on personal development, human rights, and bullying sensitization, which is basically having a system created in the school with how we're going to deal with bullies, how we're going to deal with bullying, what is the consequences, what is the actions we're going to take to work out the situation. All right? Now, one of the ways to combat bullying also is mentorship programs. Because I have noticed this in my profession and on a whole is that students just want somebody that they can talk to without judgment, without having an opinion or talking down to them, allowing them to talk without duress, without stress. Just allowing to be themselves can also be such a good thing. Creating an anonymous report box. So you have students that are afraid to talk because they don't know what's going to be the consequences of reporting. Because when we used to get bullied at school, I remember when I used to go to the teacher and say, Miss, you know, say, him do me something or him do me something. And the student would come and hug me up and say, no man, Miss, I ramp with him. A fun we have, a joke we make, man. Me not trouble him for 2, man. But then right after the teacher leave, hey, chatterbox boy, boop. Just like that. So having an anonymous report box will allow a student to report an issue without the knowledge of the other student. So, me you know say, Mr. Butler trouble me. I just write a nice letter to the teacher, say, Mr. Butler is doing this and Mr. Butler is doing that. He's calling me this name and calling me that name. Don't have to put your name. You just write what he's doing, how it's affecting you. Fold it, put it in the report box. Now, last but not least, and the most important way to fight against bullying, to impact bullying, is the bystanders. You. You ever notice that when someone is bullying another person, there's always others around? There's always a small crowd or a big crowd and they're trying to make you laugh. True or false? They always want to try and make a joke. They want to make you laugh. You ever ask why? Ask yourself why. Because you, as the bystander, have the power. Yeah. If you, when you saw a student being bullied, started to say no to that bully, not laughing, not smiling, not finding it funny, the bully will no longer have a reason to do it. Because he's not getting the attention that he wants. If you saw a student being bullied and stand up for that student, no, the bully is now outnumbered. Because bullies don't like to be outnumbered. That's why bullies will not bully around your friends. So that's also another mechanism to fight against bullying. Be around your friends. Because he's going to know that, oh, this crowd won't laugh with me. So you're going to try and be somewhere where he's entertaining. They are accepting. So you as the bystanders have the power. And also, as a bystander, when you see a person being bullied, you become now fearful of the bully. Because you don't want to be bullied like that. Oh, hey, no, so I don't want him to start dealing with me like how him deal with that man. So yeah, man, I just have a laugh, man. Oh, too much of them are trouble, so I can't do nothing. I can only laugh. All it takes is that one person to say no. It takes that one person not to laugh. And that can make all the difference. Just that one person. So as the bystanders, you have the power to stop bullying. Now we move into conflict resolution. Now, conflict resolution can also be used to fight against bullying. Because, all right, who can tell me what is conflict? Who can tell me what is conflict? Yes, sir. Yeah. What you say? Problem. Yeah, man. So conflict can be seen as a problem. A disagreement between two persons. Yes, miss? Fighting. So, as it says on the board, conflict is a disagreement between two or more persons. Conflict is a disagreement between two or more persons with conflicting beliefs, conflicting backgrounds, conflicting understanding, and conflicting emotions. Now, let us give you a quick story about today. On my way here today, I was trying to be as early as I could. Okay? And the first thing happened was, I don't know what happened, I ended up behind two slow trucks. One with the big word, flammable, which means say, take your time. And the next one that says, caution, door flings open. Now, who believe me now if I take the risk and speed around the two trucks? Who think me for do that? You think me speed around the two trucks? So when something to me now, you help me fix the car. You help me fix it. Let me know if I help me fix it, man. So, that was a conflict between me and a situation. So conflicts come in many ways, many different sizes, many different actions. You can have a conflict to even put on your belt. You miss a loop. Now, one of my best stories to tell is, just imagine you put on your fresh, full white suit, white pants, white shoes, white shirt. And when you come out now, and the first step you make, you slide and drop in the mud. Where you going to fight the mud? You can't fight mud. Can't hurt mud. Can't cuss the mud. So what you going to do? All you can do is go home and clean up yourself and try again. Watch the mud. So conflict resolution is basically finding peaceful, easy ways to solve a conflict. Not each conflict needs violence, not each conflict needs fighting. Not even needs arguing. All it truly needs is understanding. If you notice, most of the conflicts that happen in Jamaica is we're not listening to each other. If you notice, when it comes to conflict, we are more arguing without listening. And the only way to solve a conflict is by listening. You understand? Now, there are 4 to 5 conflict styles. Way how persons deal with conflict. You have the sheep that's accommodative. That sheep is going to be understanding of the conflict, understanding of your feelings, but would also neglect his or her feeling. Come on. All right. Then you have the fox. Understand how he feels, understand how you feel. But he's not really caring about solving the conflict. He's more wanting to just sugarcoat it. Just put something, a band-aid over it and just keep going. Then you have the shark. The shark believes in my way or the highway. Does he care about you or he care about himself? Then you have the ostrich that hides away from conflict. Doesn't want to solve it, doesn't want to be near it, just wants to leave it all. Then you have the owl. The owl is willing to understand, work, get to know what you feel, express what he feels, and to solve the conflict. So, before I take my leave, I will help you to understand some very quick ways that you can solve conflict. at school, at home, anywhere in the world. And that main thing is listening. Thank you. Listening. Listen. Not just hear. Listen and understand. Listen. Your emotions are not the only emotions that are important. Your emotions are not the only ones that needs to be met. Your feelings are not the only ones that should be respected. Respect the other person as well. One of my main sayings is that treat persons like how you would like to be treated. All of us have blood running through our veins. We all get sick. We all cough. We all grow. We all meet different expectations. We all blossom and grow in our own ways. So we all are important. Now, we at the dispute resolution, we have one of our main key ways that we use to solve conflicts, which is mediation. So mediation now is a process where a third party is inputted into a conflict which does not tell who is right or who is wrong. He's there or she's there to just foster the communication, build the communication, allowing both parties to speak, express, and to understand the other. That way you can have a full impact conflict resolution. If you can understand how you made me feel and I can understand how I made you feel, we are able to come to a resolution only by thinking, understanding how the other person feels and how they made us feel. When it comes to bullying and when it comes to conflict resolution, we have a few statements that we use. Affirmation, communication is at the top of the list. Affirmation is the self-thought, the love for oneself, how it makes you feel, how you make yourself feel, the love of yourself. So one of the things you can do when you go home, when you leave here, look into that mirror and speak to yourself. Hype yourself up. Because I do it. Me looking at the mirror and kiss myself. Me looking at the mirror and said, wow, that's me. I'm handsome. Because to me, nobody else will look better than me. Nobody else. You have to be able to build your own self-esteem in that way. Then communication. Always be willing to understand how a next person feels and express yourself. You don't like something, you say, stop. I don't like it. Communicate. All right? Now, are there any questions? Any questions? Sir Butler, any questions? All right. You have a question over there, young man? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
How do people fight bullying?
Okay, thank you very much for asking that question. So, how do persons fight bullying is by believing in yourself. Being able to build your own self-esteem, self-talk, that positive self-talk. Because if somebody come to you and say, hey, you're ugly, you know, I say, thank you very much. It takes an ugly person to know a next one. You remember when I tell you, say them call me walk and dip fat man? Yeah, man. So what I did is I start making jokes of it. Because you see, the moment you take away the pain and the hurt from the situation, from the bullying, it takes away the power. Because what a bully don't like is you being happy. So when them say, yo, Biggs, they say, yeah, man, Biggs work on Joe's truck. You see it, my brother? Different person, it's not Biggs. Yo, you're ugly like, you know. I'm very sorry for your poor eyesight. Do you need help? These are ways to combat bullying. Hey, don't spot. No. Check it, grade them, man. Check it, grade them. Yo, you fool like you can't hear. So my time when some foolishness are going, I can't hear it, you know. Mister, did you do that? Mechanisms. A bully don't like to feel bullied. But you don't have to fight bullying with bullying. Just bring a positive twist to it. Yo, brother, you see your shoes all. No. Retro, brother. Retro. Can't wear you and the new foolish system on now where everybody does have on the same thing. Retro. Yo, your pants tight like a one. No, man, if you understand, you know, me actually have tailor money, you see me? I chew you now have none make for your pants as a swim, so. I can't help you still, no, my friend. No, don't worry yourself, man. Somebody come to you and say, hey, you're hungry like. No, you know, so some of the time you have to just control your belly still. Well, I don't really know nothing about that. But, yeah, by making yourself happy, that's how you fight against bullying. Speaking out against it, because a lot of us don't have the strength to be our own force against bullying. Ask for help. As easy as that. You have people like me where no problem with help you. But show your teachers, your principals, your parents have no problem with helping you as well. Alright? So, that is my presentation. Thank you very much for having me.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Andre Boyd, Youth Mentor Dispute Resolution Foundation. Andre is not you alone, because they used to call me Maga, Buck, Shorty. That's before me get the name Johnny, right? Yeah, so don't worry yourself. Did you learn a lot from Andre? Who can tell me one thing they learned from Andre? One thing. I'm taking the person from way at the back. If you're sitting way at the back, up there, that's where you should come from. One thing that you learned. One person from way at the back. Come and tell me. Way in the back. I'm looking. I'm watching you. Who can come from way in the back and tell me something that you learned from Andre's presentation? Come on, I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Come on, the lady in the... All right, somebody's coming down. Great. Come straight to us here at the front and tell me one thing you learned from Andre's presentation, because these presentations are very, very important for you guys. That's why we're here. The young lady's making her way. Andre, can you help me? See if we can let her use that microphone and tell me one thing that she learned from this presentation.
A bully will only bully someone else to feel better.
Okay. Andre, what you say about that? Yes? The bully is trying to feel better, but they're not going to feel better because we're going to make sure that we don't give them that satisfaction, right? Right. Congratulations. Thank you very much, young lady. Why, I tell you. Who is this for? Yeah, this for somebody, Andre?
Yes, man. Mr. Yes, man, Mr. Butler, your time. Come up, no, man.
Mr. Butler, come up here quickly. Come up here quickly.
All right, Mr. Butler. My question to you. Tell me 3 ways how you can fight against bullying.
You fight against it?
3 ways you can fight against bullying.
You take your t-shirt, walk away from it.
She can't help him, you know. Make sure give him I give you a helpline. 3 ways, he had 2. You have one that can tell him?
By ignoring.
All right.
By ignoring it, she said? All right, that's a good one. Not bad. What you say, Andre?
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad. Boy, I tell you, I don't know who you're going to give it to, because we'll have one left. One we have left.
So this is in case you can give it to her? All right, what you mean?
See? That's a good, I was waiting on you to do that to the young man. That's the way we do it here in Jamaica, man. That is the way our young men are. Fight Tyrese Sherman on stage to, of course, make a presentation of thanks to Mr. Boyd.
I am sure that we can all agree that Mr. Boyd is a very straightforward person, as Mr. Butler can attest to. So, Mr. Butler, we thank you for your very candid personality, which certainly enhanced your informative session. We also want to thank you for the information that you have shared about bullying, the various forms it can come in, the effects it may have on us, as well as solution and mitigation strategies. I sure hope that at least one person here can learn something from his presentation and help them to be more confident as well as stand up for themselves and against bullying. So once again, Mr. Butler, we thank you.
Excellent job, young man. Before I take my leave, by the way, let me ask a question. I'm sure everybody will probably answer me for this one. Anybody hungry? All right. So you know, say, don't worry, I have good news. The next thing coming up is lunch. Are you guys ready for that? Before I go, I'd like to say thanks to our sponsors one more time, Supreme Ventures Limited, Flow, our official technology partner for today, Jamaica National, Nestle, Dairy Industries, the makers of Good to Grow milk powder, Jamaica Producers, the makers of St. Mary's Johnny Crunchers, Tasty Jamaica, Steam House, Avant Academy of Music, Scoops Unlimited, Jamaica Biscuit Company, National Housing Trust, Sangsters Bookstores, and Price Smart and Pro Audio Systems. So you ready for lunch? All right, well, tell you what, it is indeed lunchtime, but I'm going to ask the members of the Wortley Girls Home, that's the dance team from the Wortley Girls Home, please make your way to the backstage area because we are going to take your dance presentation during the lunch hour. Also, we want to ask members of the band, yeah man, that we're supposed to be playing at the top of the show. Let me tell you who exactly I am talking about. We had an entertainment presentation, and we're going to ask that they also get ready because their time is coming up for playing. Did you enjoy the first part of the section this morning? Yes, remember, it's not all entertainment. The entertainment will come later, but now you're supposed to listen and engage the speakers because the sessions are really what you're here for. All right, it's been great being here. I'm not leaving. I'm actually going to go on radio now, on Radio Jamaica 94 FM for my broadcast of the Two Live crew. But in the meantime, I'm going to be handing over proceedings to my colleague. A little bit later on, after lunch, she'll be taking over. Anybody know the name Sparky, baby? You know ZJ Sparks? Yes, man. My colleague with the energy is going to be taking over soon.
Right here. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Now, if you want to learn something today, say Radam. If you enjoy yourself, say Radam. All right, if you're hungry and want to eat some food, say Radam. Yo, I hear it now. All right, so you can always head on out and get your lunch because gas paying no nice. I don't want gas killing no. And also the persons with the blue tickets, you can also head on over to the robotics tent. And by the way, good afternoon. My name is ZJ Sparks. You can follow me on Instagram at SparkyBabyOfficial. I work at Zip 103 FM. And I'm going to be the host with you for the rest of the afternoon. So the persons with the blue tickets, we're asking you to head to the robotics session right now. It's on the right. They're going to be serving lunch according to Rose, and they have for lunch this afternoon fish, baked chicken, fried chicken, and barbecue chicken. So if you are hungry, think about what you want. So when you go, they already have them boxed out. Fish, fried chicken, barbecue chicken, and baked chicken. All right, we're going to have the dance program right now. So head on over, Wagwan Goody. What you say? You want them to sit? All right. For lunch. All right, so after you've collected your food, you can have a seat and have your lunch. All right, we're going to bring on the dance program right now. Ready for the dance? Dance time, no. Yeah. All right, Mr. DJ, run the track in the meantime.
Life is sweet when the sun up, like the trees in the summer. When the seas are troubled, and then we all need someone. My life, no be smart enough. We all strive, to live life in that comfort. So forgive me if I fumble, 'cause I'm only human. Somebody move that I don't know. It don't matter 7 box combo. Always looking out my window, paranoid and confused. I'm not sure anymore who is knocking at my door.
My name is Dante Matthews, Education and Information Officer at the Road Safety Unit within the Ministry of Transport and Mining. Now, the Road Safety Unit seeks to foster and promote a safe traffic environment for all through public education, in schools, public events just like this one here at the National Indoor Sports Center, crash data analysis that helps to influence legislation. And so from time to time we ensure that we go out to the different schools to promote road safety to our children, basic school, primary schools, high schools. And when we go to these schools, we ensure that we have a theoretical aspect where we talk to the students about the different categories of road users, protective devices, distracted walking, all of those things. When we go to the schools also, we ensure that we have our roadmaster, which is this what I'm standing on now, basically, a pedestrian crossing, stop signs, cones, and we go through a little practical session with the students to just let them get an understanding of, how they should be crossing the road, looking right, looking left, then looking right again. And so we like to ask them questions, just to test their knowledge about road safety. So we'll ask them, how do you look when you're crossing the road? Sometimes they tell us, that they look up and down. And so we have to correct them, because, up is in the sky, down is on the ground. So we show them the proper way to cross the road using the pedestrian crossing. We also teach them what is known as the curb drill or the hand in the air drill. Now this is where, in order to to cross the road or to aid them crossing the road, they put their hand up so that motorists can see them, or to make themselves visible, so that and they keep their hand up while they're crossing the road. So that's something that we teach them. When we go to the high schools, these are a different set of students. These are the older ones now who are approaching the age where you can get your learners and driver's license. So we talk to them about the same road users, protective devices. We talk to them a little about driving defensively. We talk to them about texting, distracted driving, what not to do, just some road signs and markings to obey, because we want them to be safe road users. And so we're here today at the National Indoor Sports Center just to ensure that we promote the same message to the road users that are here. We have pedestrians here, we have motorists here, maybe motorcyclists are here, and so we're promoting all of that. And so persons can stop by our booth. They have the opportunity, the children will have an opportunity to win something if they can answer some questions about road safety. We have brochures on tips for pedestrians, the 3 collisions, which include the vehicular collision, human collision, internal collision. We have flyers on the effects of driving on the old and the young. We have tips on distracted walking, distracted driving. And so we welcome persons to come by our booth, and just remember that road safety begins with all of us, and it's our responsibility to look out for others on the road and ensure that we're safe road users also. Thank you.
But the more I beat him, the worse he got. Like, if I beat him for coming home from school later the next day. So I see it wasn't working, so I started talking and encouraging him instead of beating him. Things are working much better. He's less angry. And he listens and he does what he's supposed to do more with this approach, with talking and not beating.
When she's more calm and talk, I'll listen more. I try to do better. Depends on what. And I find it way better than the cursing and the beating. When she curse or beat, I just stop listening overall or stop caring. Yeah, just stop caring.
I think for disciplining or the approach, you can seek help for your child if your child needs help.
All right, guys, I'm asking you, let's just work together.
For example, the Child Protection and Family Services, they were very good when my child wasn't doing the best that he could do, and they will encourage you and tell you how to help your child or children.
Among a parent's greatest fear is having their child fall prey to sexual predators, especially in an environment that is supposed to be safe.
When I left him at home with the adult, there was a 12-year-old girl who lived at the house at the time. So when I went in the room and I said to him, "Why are you crying?" He says to me, I asked him about 2 times and then he started to cry more. And then I said, like, "Mommy, I never want to do it." And, she told me if I take off my clothes and, she started taking off my clothes and then she started to, do things to me that I'm not comfortable with. As a parent, as a mother, it's kind of hard. To know that that's your child. And, you thought that your child was protected. You're leaving him with an adult and another child. You thought that the child would be okay. You didn't leave him on the street. So it kind of, for me, when that happened, it opened my eyes even more, as to how you need to operate, even in your own surrounding.
Distraught, she turned to the Child Protection and Family Service Agency, Cpfsa, for help.
He started having nightmares, and I realized that something was seriously going on with him there. So I went to the CPA, started to get and some help for him, where that's when we started counseling. We started to talk about what went on and how it happened and how he felt. He had become withdrawn. He didn't want to play with his brother anymore. He used to love playing with his baby sister. Like, it become a thing that he just rather stay by himself. Then now, after the counseling, I realized all of that has changed. He started to talk more and he started to ask me questions and stuff like that. I know that he's okay because I have sought the intervention from early, and for 3 years, going through all of that, he's 8 now. It happened when he was 5. 3 years later, it's a total different child.
Over the past 3 decades, there has been an evolution of children's rights in Jamaica and an overhaul of how children are treated and protected. One catalyst which drove the evolution was Jamaica's signing and ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. On November 20, 1989, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Jamaica was among the first group of countries to sign and ratify the convention. Jamaica signed on January 26, 1990 and ratified it on May 14, 1991, which made it binding law in this country. The adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child sparked major legislative and institutional restructuring and consolidation of children's services, resulting in greater focus on child development issues in Jamaica. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child is an international human rights treaty which sets out the civil, political, economic, social, health and cultural rights of children. A child, as defined by the convention, is any human being under the age of 18 years, unless a country's national law says otherwise. The convention deals with child-specific needs and rights. Countries that ratify it are bound by international law and must act in the best interests of the child.
The Convention on the Rights of the Child is the most widely ratified human rights treaties in history. There are only 2 countries that hasn't ratified the Convention on the Right of the Child. So there's no other human rights treaties that are so widely ratified.
So there has been a lot of efforts and a lot of work put in nationally, both legislatively and within the ecosystem of childcare, to protect our children and to acquiesce to the principles of the convention. But I will have to confess that it's a work in progress. But what is important is that we can honestly say that the child in Jamaica has a better opportunity to succeed in 2021 than they did when we signed the convention in 1991.
There are 4 basic principles of the Convention on the Right of the Child. And you asked me what are the most important one, and then there's no most important one. All of them are equally important, and then if one is missing, no child can really achieve the full child rights. One is non-discrimination. The other one is the best interest of child. The right to life, survival, development is another one. And children's view to be heard, and then children's right to express their view. Those are the 4 basic principles, guiding principles of the Convention on the Right of the Child. And then all of them are equally important.
211 is a confidential line dedicated to reporting child abuse. It's easy to remember and accessible 24 hours across all networks. Report all forms of child abuse. Our children are depending on us to protect them. If you see something, make the call. Call 211 and report child abuse.
Between 2015 and 2020, there were 74,455 reports of child abuse in Jamaica, 1,203 reports of sexual abuse, 1,465 reports of physical abuse, 2,528 reports of neglect. Report child abuse. Call 211.
When I found out I was becoming a father, I made myself one promise: to love my youth unconditionally and to make nothing happen to her. Child abuse in Jamaica is a big problem, and the case them arise. It's time for everyone to speak up. What is right is reporting everything we hear or see. Report all form of child abuse. Just call 211.
Power they never take.
Don't ever take my power. My power. Don't ever take my power. My power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. Don't ever take my power. My power. My power. Don't ever take my power. My power. My power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. What's that?
tired scream and clap that's? Give it up for the girls from the Worldly Girls Home. All right, that is it. All right, remember the monitors will come to your row and direct you to lunch. If you don't know what you want yet, let me tell you what they have. They have fish, baked chicken, fried chicken, and barbecue chicken. I'm not for ask if it tastes good. I say him 2 mouth corner, full up like a chipmunk. It nice, not you? You may attack. Yeah, you see your jaw corner them full up like chipmunk. It nice. It nice. Yeah man. All right, Mr. DJ, give us some music while the band sets up.
On the Rights of the Child in 1991, efforts were undertaken to sensitize the various stakeholders about the way forward where children's rights were concerned, while establishing the legislative and institutional framework that would oversee the redesigning of the process that governs the promotion and protection of children's rights.
The NGOs were the ones who did the public education. They formed the Jamaica Coalition on the Rights of the Child, and they went around the island with public education. But they also did a lot of publications, and along the way, it was done with participation. Like when we were doing review of institutions, you had Children's Services Division, Adoption Board, Child Support Unit. Strategic review, it was decided to have one agency for child development. So the Child Development Agency was created. And out of our commitment to the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the Child Development Agency was created, I think, 2004. Then we have the Children's Registry was created to accept reports on child abuse. Then 2006, the Office of the Children's Advocate was created.
It was very important that all the stakeholders, the main stakeholders like your police officers, your educators, persons working in the health system, your social workers, it was very critical that all of these persons were sensitized and worked towards ensuring. International development partners like UNICEF was critical as well, to provide the broader framework for which the child protection sector could mature to be able to secure the rights of the children.
Many of the professionals who work with children, guidance counselors, medical doctors, policemen, were very, very skeptical as to how the new mandate for reporting would actually be implemented, particularly within a culture where we know the anti-informer culture is very steeped in Jamaican communities. But we've seen over the years that it has brought about a level of commitment from ordinary persons, from persons who work with children, that we really have to deal with child abuse in a very direct and head-on way. So now it is far more likely for persons to call into Child Care and Protection Agency when they come across evidence of children being abused or neglected.
The signing of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, marked a key international agreement which entrenched the survival, protection, developmental and participatory rights of children. When Jamaica signed the convention in 1991, this became the catalyst for major developments in the country's child protection system. This resulted in programming for children, moving from a welfare model to a rights-based one, providing a safe, nurturing, and protective environment.
So when we started off, there were multiple agencies that had responsibilities in relation to children. And then we formed, the government formed the Child Development Agency. But with the introduction of the Child Care and Protection Act, we also introduced Children's Registry, as well as the Office of the Children's Advocate. And what that meant was that there were specific entities that Jamaicans could look to for guidance in terms of What do we mean when we say children have rights? How far do those rights go? How do those rights help to curtail government action? And how do we balance the rights of children with parental rights as well as parental responsibilities? So having a specific entity with responsibility for child protection as well as another entity with a responsibility to provide oversight to the entire government, which is what the Office of the Children's Advocate does, it created a balance within the system. We knew where to go to for issues to do with the protection of children in individual case-by-case basis. But if we want a wider legal perspective on what child rights means for the government of Jamaica as an entire entity, then that's where the Office of the Children's Advocate fit in.
In November 2017, the Child Development Agency and the Office of the Children's Registry merged to form the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Cpfsa, an executive agency of the Government of Jamaica under the remit of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information.
The Child Protection and Family Services Agency has a primary mandate for children who are deemed to be in need of care and protection. And these are children who have been abused, abandoned, neglected, or children who are otherwise at risk. Children who are falling into maladaptive behavior, children who are prone to moral danger based on, the circumstances of where they live and how they interface within the communities, how they are socialized. We provide these services to these children in the several programs that we have at the agency.
Child protection laws, policies and institutions have also evolved since Jamaica's ratification of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. There are now over 20 laws aimed at protecting, safeguarding and promoting the rights of children in Jamaica.
Major piece of legislation that embodies the articles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child is the Child Care and Protection Act, and this was enacted in 2004. Required the government and state actors as well as the general public a responsibility to ensure that the children's rights are protected. So it had prescribed persons primarily whose job take them in contact with children. So you have your educators, teachers, guidance counselors, you have your health professionals, you have your social workers. Those persons who come into direct contact with children because of their professional roles now had a duty to report. You also had the registry where you could make these reports, confidential reports. Fast forward to 2021, we have a 3-digit number, 211. Now that it's much easier for especially children to remember and to call if they see suspects. And this is where it's critical. You don't have to be sure, you don't have to know. See a suspect, you report. And the responsibility now is on the Cpfsa and its investigators to investigate.
I think the main achievement as it relates to Jamaica's record in dealing with children is the fact that over the last 3 decades, we have made the country understand that child rights are important. Getting people to understand that children are important and they have rights. And I think on that foundation, you will be able now to expand those rights and enumerate those rights in more specific form, as people are already of the knowledge that the rights exist.
Jamaica's implementation of the principles under the Convention on the Rights of the Child has seen child participation becoming a familiar theme in governance, particularly in the sectors and institutions that work directly with children.
Traditionally, children never had a voice. Children used to be seen and not heard in many cases. We have developed a system in Jamaica where now we have youth advisors, youth advisory council, where young people are advising me, the minister. That's hope. The fact that we're actually having a conversation today about a 30-year-old convention, that's hope. The fact that more and more people are being arrested and put in prison for abusing children. That is hope.
At the Cpfsa, we now have the Children's Advisory Panel, and within childcare facilities we have the Children's Councils, where it's giving them some responsibility. The provisions there allow them to be aware of the rights that they have and the responsibilities, and their voices are heard, not just as a token that you have the council, and they actually do active participation.
An initiative like the Cpfsa Children's Advisory Panel is one where kids across the island can participate and definitely have their voice heard in regards to policy and any issues regarding children.
I think to a great extent children are more aware of their rights. You see children taking schools to court because they have a right. They are much more aware of their rights. Adults also are much more aware that children have rights. And so we are doing much better in upholding the rights of children.
During the months of January to June 2021, the Child Protection and Family Services Agency received 1,203 reports of sexual abuse of our children, 1,465 reports of physical abuse, and 2,528 reports of neglect. Report what you see and hear. Stop child abuse. Call 211.
Stop sexual abuse. Stop physical abuse. Stop emotional abuse. Stop child neglect. Report child abuse. Call 211.
Since the start of the year, the National Children's Registry has received over 7,000 reports of child abuse. These include sexual, physical, emotional, and child neglect. It is time to start protecting our children. If you know something isn't right, make that call. Our 24-hour line is completely confidential. Report child abuse. Call 211.
Violence remains one of the main barriers to the fulfillment of all rights and can affect every aspect of a child's development, including educational development and health outcomes. Jamaica's high rates of murder and violent crimes lead to traumatized children, particularly when children are themselves the victims of well-publicized crimes.
Jamaican children are exposed to violence from very early age. Around 85% of children are experiencing the violent discipline, that is corporal punishment, as well as shouting or calling names, all those violent discipline. So we have to address that. And then how we address that, of course, we have to change the social norms and behaviors of the people, but we should really legally ban all those harsh punishment and discipline.
As a society, whether it is as parents, as educators, as police officers, or just in the wider community, we need to start thinking that children become what they see. They become what they experience. And the more we expose children to violence, the more we have a standard that says our Jamaican children can only be raised by violence, is the more we produce generation after generation after generation of people who only know to solve their problems by resorting to violence. So one of the main things I think it would be good for people to take away from this is that child rights isn't about producing children who are non-conforming. It's not about producing rebellious children, but it's really about honoring and respecting the humanity and dignity in each child so that we can provide for our children the patterns in terms of who we want them to become for the type of peaceful and loving society that we want to have in future.
The National Plan of Action for an Integrated Response to Children and Violence is one such policy that we are seeking to have a collaborative approach as we seek to tackle the violence against our children. So the goals that are embodied in that policy speaks to the laws, the review of the laws. We are reviewing the Child Care and Protection Act, we are reviewing the Adoption Act, Sexual Offences Act, all of those pieces of legislation. We have the Trafficking in Persons Act, we have the Child Diversion Act. All of these are setting the legal framework and policy framework to treat with that.
30 years after ratifying the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Jamaica has come a far way, but there's still work to be done to ensure that each and every child is protected and enjoys the rights afforded to them under the convention.
Jamaica has made a tremendous progress in many aspects.
We have come a far way, still a little way to go, and the pieces of legislation that have been enacted, if fully implemented, if the agencies, departments are fully resourced to take on the issues that come to the fore, then we would be on our way to securing the interests and rights of our children.
More and more people are beginning to recognize the significant challenges that exist as it relates to the protection of children. And I think if there's one thing that I'm thankful for, it's that. And I think if we continue to encourage Jamaicans and continue to educate them about what taking care of children really means, what protecting children really means, that the child is the most vulnerable member of society who needs to be protected by everyone in the society. I think if we continue that thrust over the years, you'll see more and more improvements.
So there's a long way to go for many Jamaican children, and we need the commitment of all parties to ensure that the spirit of child rights is felt in every corner of Jamaica.
Undoubtedly, every Jamaican wants to see our children thrive in a country that will nurture them and help them reach their full potential.
My hope is that after 30 years of signing on to the CRC, we've learned a lot, and I hope that going forward we carry those lessons forward and everyone decides to pick up on the CRC as well, because we know that the laws are in place, and we know that organizations such as the OCA and the Cpfsa are present. However, it's now up to the other stakeholders to now sign on to the CRC, figuratively. So we have our persons in healthcare, we have our persons in the police force, we even have just regular Joes like the transport systems, we have people who just interact with children every day. All those people have to now be aware of the Child Care and Protection Act and be aware of the Convention on the Rights of the Child so that they too can be informed and make informed decisions when interacting with children, because it's up to us to ensure that children are protected, and if we don't know what those children's rights are, then we might be at risk of potentially harming them or potentially not giving them the rights that they deserve. So I think that children across Jamaica definitely do deserve for everyone around them to know that they have rights. And I do encourage children to also look up their rights and to know them so that they can speak out and they can pretty much tell an adult or tell whoever is around them that, hey, I have rights. These are mine. I have been born with these and I deserve to be respected.
Let us all do our part to protect our children and uphold all their rights as outlined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. But remember, with rights also come responsibilities. We must work together to ensure that each and every child is educated about their rights and responsibilities, that they are protected and enjoy the rights afforded to them under the Convention. 30 years on, Jamaica is still implementing policies and programs that will help the country better fulfill its obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. We all have a role to play, so let us do our part to protect our children and uphold their inalienable rights as citizens in Jamaica, land we love.
The issue of children going missing can be complex, as these actors depicting real events will show.
Samantha, look how long me I look for you. Look how long me I call you. Where they now do? I'm tired of your foolishness now. You need. Please remember, assignments are due on Tuesday, and I want everything on Tuesday. Class now dismissed. Samantha, are you okay? Remember, your assignment is due on Tuesday. Okay.
That's boring to you, man.
No, man. May I wear pants down?
I see already.
Come the girl. Come to you. My mother beat me same way. Every time I work in a shop. And if I short change somebody, I give somebody over change. She just beat me. Oh, she wicked it? Look how she swallowed my whole on my neck back. Jeez, look there. Oh God. She said me can't do it no more. Me I be honest with you, me can't do it no more. Here what you do. When you go home today, pack a little bag. One like say I go to school. She can't know which part you they just so. Nobody not gonna know, not even teacher, not gonna know teacher can't know. She probably never miss you. Don't worry about it. Can't stay there.
Blacks, you know more you do something for me. Blacks, I'm not ready for this.
Me David, what you worry about?
I'm not ready for this.
So you go on all the while, man. Thing good.
What you do?
Nothing, man. Yo, Jenna. On the depot. Give me a link now. Yo! What go on, Jenna? What go on, Biggs?
Blacks!
This is the host.
Hi, afternoon.
Children disappear for various reasons. There are some children who run away from home, children who are abducted, children who some people believe are trafficked. There are some children who get lost. Regardless of whatever the reason is, there, as adults and as a government, we have a responsibility to seek to safeguard children, to protect them. Every single child who goes missing is a child who is in need of care and protection. So as a part of our greater mandate, we do all that we can to recover children who are missing, all that we can to prevent children from going missing, and to provide services to the families of missing children.
Ananda Alert, Help Us Bring Our Children Home, was brought to you by the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Cpfsa.
from 8 to 16, my father abused me.
My parents died 2009, 2010.
That time I didn't know what was going on.
Feel lost.
My name is Javon Smith. I was in state care for over 10 years. I got into state care when I was 12 years old. I lost my mother. Then give some problems during the time. So I went to St. John Bus.
Hi, my name is Shanor Henry, and I'm from the LEAP Center at Harchus NSTA. Here I am displaying some of the courses that we have at the LEAP Center, such as beaded jewelry, we have footwear production, and we also have photo editor and graphic illustrator. Alright, pause.
My name is Sarika Rodney, and I'm from Boystown VTC, and our booth is about making art, the art and the swab them for the bedroom. So kids and anyone who interested can come over to our booth and learn how to make those stuff. So that's it. It's very interesting to make. We're doing hospitality. That's the thing we're doing over our booth. So anyone interested can just come over to our booth and learn how to make different type of stuff. Okay.
Good morning. I am Sophie Harold, and I'm from the Harchus NSTA. And with us today we have the LEAP Center, who will be showcasing the jewelry making, and also what we have there is that we're using goat skin to create key rings. And to my right we have the Garmex Academy, and we're showcasing the early childhood education and also fashion designing. We have on display some stress balls that we have created, and persons can try a skill doing creating a stress ball. Also what we have finger puppets, so persons can also come and create their own finger puppet for when they want to do some kind of puppetry, storytelling, poems, etc. So come on down Let's see what we are doing here at the Archers NSTA.
Okay, good evening. My name is Mr. Kirkland, and I am a community peer educator that's working with the Southeast Regional Health Authority. And our work entails of working in the community with various groups, such as young adolescents, and we work with adults. Primarily, our work is to inform people about HIV and other topics that deal with sexual development. Today, we are here at the Indoor National Stadium, and we are pleased to be here today. Today, we will be talking to over 400 to 800 groups of young adolescents about their sexuality, how they can able to maintain better healthy lifestyle, and able to be empowered how to deal with situations that might occur in their day-to-day life as they get up in age. And with the Ministry of Health, we put the effort into communicating with people out there about their risky behavior sexually, about their condom usage that can protect them from various STIs that is out there that they're not aware of. We encourage the young adolescents on how to abstain. The key message that we're here today to send is about abstinence, and why abstinence is important where their future and their health development is concerned. We don't want our young generations to be out there in early teenage pregnancy. Some can be vulnerable and end up to become HIV infected along with other STI. What we're encouraging them to do is to stay focused, get a proper education, have the right and proper information and the tools so they can empower themselves. So when they're out there in society and they're building their family, they don't become a victim to early childhood pregnancy, any form of STI that can kind of deteriorate them off, take them off the track of their focus on their future goal. So we are pleased to be here today. And we do have a booth over here where we're encouraging anyone to come today. You can get the information. We have pamphlets on abstinence. We have pamphlets on STIs. We have various pamphlets that is very useful for the event that we have here today. And we are encouraging everyone to come to our booth. Feel free to ask any question and feel free to pick up the pamphlet and make it be very useful to you so you can get better, more equipped information that is not of myth but is of facts, where sexual development and other stuff that they need to gear themselves for a better lifestyle where health is concerned. So come on out, come on down, and feel free to engage with the whole process of this 2022 Youth Summit that is here now at the Indoor National Stadium. Thank you guys very much and have a pleasant day.
Whoa! Whoa! From top, Mr. DJ. From top. Cameraman, video man. Whoa! Teacher, you ready? Teacher, them are going on the middle. Make space for the teacher, them. Teacher, them are going on the middle now. Ready, 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 let's go. Whoa! The teachers are getting active now. They're that bounce. Ready, ready, ready. Leg of the bird, 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 leg of the bird. And the drunker, you have to take off your jacket, man. Is that a normal dip? Wow! All right, hold on. Hold on. The gentlemen in the jackets, when you come on the stage, you come and stand up on this side, and you come and stand up on this side. Walk around. All right, you see that team here? When you see it right here, so. That team here, when you come right here, so. And the team with the yellow and some of the purple, when you see it right here, so. When you come over that side here. Red team. You see when I say leg of the bird, I want to fly around. I don't want to fly upon spot, because when bird fly, they move, don't. Yeah, man. Remember when you're posting to social media, use the hashtag NCS2022. The evaluation forms, remember to fill them out. You can scan the QR code, or you can fill out the manual form. All right, watch me now. Hold on. Wait now. That side there, when I need one space. From the red team, come. No, she not idiot. Hello, Sabrina. Come round. Come round. Come right here, sir. Come right here, sir. Come round, red team. Red team. Hold on, when I forgot make space. Red team, come in the middle right here, sir. Come, red team, come in the middle right here. When I forgot over a little bit. Red team needs some space right here, sir. All right. Guys, we're not for spread out over that side here. Remember, when you're going to social media, use the hashtag NCS2022. Make space for the red team in the middle. All right, red team. Red team, see, represent. Whoa, oh, 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 Watch ya. Watch ya. All right, you're a team member, them here. All right. So we're going to start with the left side. Yeah, man. Competition. And me are the ref. You can't tell me which side to start first. Me are the referee. Sparks are the referee. Right. Remember when you're posting to IG, use the hashtag NCS2022. Left side first. Guys, I want to dance and go on, bud. People are got video, you know. This is when a team leader, yeah. When the dancing starts, when I dance. Then we're going to go to the right team. When I forgot dance, when I can't sit down and dance. When I have to stand up and dance. Red team, come in the middle. Come in the middle. And then red team, when it's your time, when I go on with the most. Alright? When I good now? When I good? Alright. You go on. You hold on. Hold on. DJ ready with the bunks. DJ, drop the bunks. Selector, drop bunks. Ready? All right, your turn now, your turn. Represent. 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 You have to dance with them doing now. Bunks. Hey, 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 hey. Bunks, up. All right, you throwing the turn now. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Pull up, pull up, pull up. That side I know. All right, ready again. What the make way for them. Wow! Ready, 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 ready. So, oh yeah, take her away. Watch ya. Ready? Bunks up! Hey, 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 hey. Bunks. Hey, hey. All right, hold on. Pull up. Red team. Yes, I get serious. Red team dash off them shoes, boy. Shoes dash off. Red team. I don't want to stand up, you know. When I have to dance and move around, you know. What a video man there. What a video catch them, you know. Cause God them are going out, you know. Yeah. You hear one about Ambala? Yeah. DJ ready? Wanna move? Red team! That is it! Whoa! Red team! Why? I'd go! Bunks up! Hey! 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 Bunks! Dash! Dash! Hold on now. The show gonna start now. So hold on. We're gonna play a bird and everybody fly go back at them seats. We're gonna play a bird and everybody fly back to them seats. Drop the bird and everybody fly go back at them seat now. Seat. Everybody fly go back at them seat now. Fly go back to your seats. How them bird there walk? Fly back to your seats. to the robotics and music class now. If you have a green ticket, you can go to the robotics and the music class by Steam House. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready?
See me, I hold my head up just the same. When them see me, them just keep on talking. But me not see them, me just keep on walking. I've got my pride. Me not go show me bad side. Some of them see me as a big pushover. Left me for then and think I'm gonna kill over. Oh no, not I. I and I will survive. Never let them get you down. Never let them see you frown. Never let them take away your liberty. Live your life, be free. Never let them get you down. Never let them see you frown. Never let them lead you astray starting today. Come on, listen. We go through heartache when you're feeling pain. When you end up in a desert and I wonder why the hell it not rain. When them pass them judgment and every word left us stay. When them talk up the things that just fi mash up your life and give you bad name. Them think you're weak but that's how them blunt. Bad mind and think you left your business asunder. Don't give them that power. Show them you can be stronger. Take up yourself and let the world and them wonder how you get up when them might try and keep you under. Don't believe their lies. Show them that you'll rise. Never let them get you down. Never let them see you frown. Never let them take away your liberty. Live your life, be free. Never let them get you down. Never let them see you frown. Never let them take. All right, let me see if you know the song. Tell me if you know this one. Oh yes, girl, I love you and I won't be shy to tell you this, my girl, right in your eyes. How much I love you and I tell no lie. If never get your love, I think I'm. Let me hear the chorus. Like call me, keep it. Let me hear them. All right, oh Lord, I can see that angel in your eye. Let me keep it grooving, man. Again. Yeah. Oh Lord, I can see the love light. People talk, that's what they do. They don't understand how you still a push and go through. Yes, they laugh and call you names. They just don't get it. How them see you hold your head up just the same. When them think you just keep on talking, but you not see them, you just keep on walking. Now I've got my pride. You not gonna show no bad side. Some of them see you as a big pushover. Left you for then and think you're gonna kill over. Don't believe, don't believe. Oh, never let them get you down. Never let them see you National Children's Summit. How you feeling? Ah, it sounds like you don't just eat and want to sleep now. Is that what's up? No, man, we need to have a little bit more fun before it's all over, right? Just a little bit more fun. Come on, man. What we have next for them, guys? Oh, all right. I want to dedicate this one to all the children that will not be starting school in September. You know, a lot of kids have died in the last year during the pandemic. But you know, I want to just lift this one up for them and for us to remember that the children really are our future, right? They really are. Are you hearing me? I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. Never found anyone who'd fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. And so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, and So if you remember, if you know this song, or if you just kind of remember this song, just give me a little bit of help with it, okay? All right.
When I look at where I'm coming from, I know I'm blessed, and I close my eyes and smile. Sometimes I feel like the richest man in Babylon, and I've done my best, so everything's alright inside. So every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. Oh, when the evening comes, I lift up my hands to the hills. I'm blessed, oh man. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. Oh, 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 Sometimes I'm lost and far from home, but I've done my way. Follow my heart, I know I'll be fine someday. While I'm lost, I learn and live. What do you? Let's have a good time until that day you're with. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to the hills. I'm blessed, oh man. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. Yeah, as far as I can. Oh, 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 one more time. Oh, 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 oh. I can't hear you. Can I hear that one more time? Oh, 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 sound as tired anymore. Nice. I like it. I like it. What next? Huh? All right, go on. Run it off. All right. Normally we start class with devotion, but we're going to put the devotion in the middle. Hopefully it's not that big of a problem. Yes? Let me see all of those who believe in the Most High Jah. Glory, hallelujah. Hallowed be thy name. To the Most High God. Yeah. Glory be to the Most High God. Hallowed be your name. King of kings and Lord of lords, worthy to be praised. I ascribe to you dominion, power and grace. For all the years and years to come, you will always be the same. It's me again, Judge, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried and you will see Pharisees and backbiters taken up in vanity. But I know you control my destiny, and from you all blessings flow. From yesterday, even today, and tomorrow. It's me again, Georgia, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, Jah, pray, preserve my soul today. It's me again, Georgia, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray, preserve my soul today. Glory be to the Most High God, hallowed be your name. King of kings and Lord of lords, worthy to be praised. I ascribe to you dominion, power, and grace. For all the years and years to come, you will always be the same. It's me again, Georgia, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried away. It's me again, Georgia, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Preserve my soul today. Preserve my soul today. I should be doing. I should be doing. Should be doing. At the Most High Jah. Yes. Let me hear you say yeah. All right, you're still here with me. Thank you. Get some water. The light here hot, man. All right, we're gonna have a little bit of an instrumental. So come back.
All right. Wow. What a great performance. Give it up again for the Charlemagne High Fire Band. Them going good, not sure? Yeah, man, them going good. All right, so before our final presentation this afternoon, I'm going to ask Miss Amelia Ferron, PRO of the Children's Advisory Panel, to come on stage to introduce Dr. Kason Troop, JP and Chief Education Officer, Acting Chief Education Officer from the Ministry of Education and Youth. Amelia? All right. Come on, make them see your outfits. Girl, stay good. Walk out pan them. I want to you. All right, yeah. All right. Hang on. We're going to sort this out. I'm not sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Troop. Give her a big round of applause. Yeah, man, some positive words you threw at you right there. I now invite Miss Amelia Ferron to do the vote of thanks. Dr. Troop, don't leave. Don't leave. Show them your nice stilettos. Listen, his brains and beauty, you know. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Troop. All right. Yeah, man, that is it. Nice picture and ting. It's all about beating the odds and charting your destiny. We're going to go into our final presentation this afternoon, which is all about sexual health and wellness. Listen to me. But I want to appreciate that presentation because in a few time, you couldn't even call the word or spell out the word sex. Right? Them things they taboo. If you even want to say, you have to hold on your mouth. Nobody, no adult not talk to you about sex. So I want you all to appreciate this presentation. And if you have questions, I want you to ask the questions. Don't be afraid. Because this is sometimes when you don't know things, you do the wrong thing. So if you don't know, don't feel like no idiot. Because nobody can know everything. You have questions, ask the questions. Today is about empowering you. Today is about making you better off. So you have the knowledge that you can apply to your life. I'm going to ask right now Ms. Kasheen Baxter, CAP member, to introduce Mr. Courtney Kirkland.
Good evening, boys and girls. Good evening. Hello? Everybody can hear me? Everybody can hear me? All right, very good. Good evening, everyone. My name is Courtney Kirkland, and everything speaks for itself. Now, boys and girls, I only have half an hour they gave me. So I'm asking you guys to work with me and just pay attention to what you see on the screen. Before I start, there's $5,000 for anyone here who can answer a question at the end of the presentation.
It's all yours, $5,000, and that's Sangster's Bookstore. So if you want to get any book and you feel that you don't have the money to get the book, today's the day, all right? Good. Real shortly before I start, I don't want you to think that I'm more than you guys. I've been in institution for quite some time. And as the presenter just said, the only one can change you is you. Nobody else can change you. And if you believe in yourself, you can make the change, all right? So this is why I take the opportunity in my work to work with young people, because I see that young people are more at risk than the adults who's out there who don't experience life. Now, especially for the males, I realize the males in Jamaica, we're not up there as we're supposed to in the institution of education. I hope that today I can see a difference 5 years and 10 years from now, where we have a lot of our males who becomes doctors, lawyers, engineers, anything you want to be, you can be in Jamaica. Just don't focus on entertainment unless you're going to be a good entertainer, a good writer who will promote good music to the world. All right? Good. Let's move on now. Adolescent sexual and reproductive health. Simple means young people like you guys who are coming up, you are young, you are facing a challenge with your health where reproduction is concerned. This is why the Ministry of Health is here to guide you in the process of growing and achieving what you need to in your reproductive health. It's not working. Excuse me a minute. I'm not in the other way, but because you're down here, you're not picking up because of the frequency. Oh, so I have to go up. Before you go on the stage, all right. And you point to the. All right, we have few objectives. Basically, the objective is to get you guys to understand the topics that I'm going to cover. All right? These topics are just very simple. Deal with family planning, sexuality, and HIV. That most of y'all guys know about HIV and its existence. Sexual and reproductive. It is talking about your sexual being and your reproduction. Teenage pregnancy. That's a big topic here in Jamaica that a lot of young ladies and young girls face at the age of 12 to 19. It can start at the age of 10, depending on how she's being treated at home and the guidance that she gets. Family planning. Most time, you guys might look at family planning as getting injection, you might get the pill and so forth. Family planning is not like that. You're going to learn the meaning of family planning as we go along. Abstinence, that is the key that I would like to talk about today. Young ladies especially, and the boys who's coming up to learn to abstain, all right? For come up here and work this thing. Okay, sexual reproductive health. Sexual reproductive health, simple, deals with your emotion, your physical, and your mental. Most young girls will face sexual reproduction health. It's not about what you might think that you're having sex. It's about how you feel about yourself, mentally, physically, and emotionally. It don't have to just deal with just your sexual being of your physical. So you have to understand that part, that it deal with mostly mental and physical and emotional being of boys or girls. As you can see, the age group starts from 10 to 19 in adolescence where sexual reproductive health is concerned. Now, when you have lack of information, that can also put you at risk with your sexual health, where as a young person growing up, proper information, proper guidance will allow you to have better choices made where your sexual reproductive health is concerned. Teenage pregnancy. That is the big topic that we like to discuss where teenage pregnancy is concerned. Teenage pregnancy is pregnancy in a woman 19 years of age or younger. We face a lot of that in our clinic, where we have a lot of young girls at the age of 16 and up. Some of them is underage. They come to the clinic with their parents or a guardian because they end up being sexually pregnant. All right? So the unwanted pregnancy is something that we realize is increasing amongst the age of 10 to 19 years old. Teenage pregnancy in Jamaica. Jamaica has one of the highest teenage pregnancy rate in the region of the Caribbean. We also incident of 72 per 1,000 person in Jamaica as young females who become pregnant before the age of 20 or 21. Ranked third highest in the Caribbean where teenage pregnancy is concerned. And that's a big factor where we have to reduce that number of pregnancy in Jamaica. Up to 80% of first pregnancy are mistimed, unplanned, and are unwanted. Meaning simple, a lot of you young ladies didn't expect to get pregnant because for one reason, maybe you never have time to think about it. You were under peer pressure and you were being misguided, whether by home or by your peers or someone who's older than you. Cause of teenage pregnancy, lack of information about sexual and reproductive health rights. A lot of y'all don't know your rights. So you give up your rights and you end up being pregnant at an early age. Inadequate access to service tailored to young people. Simple mean you don't have the choice to come to the clinic, to talk to a nurse, to talk to your guidance counselor, to even sit at home and have a discussion with your parents. Because more time the parents them, as you say something to them, Lord, you have sex on road, you have man, and you go catch man, and you have this and that. So that take away the trust where you will have in your parents if you can speak to them. Peer pressure. A lot of you young ladies, I see it in the community. Once you see your friend have a belly, you want to have a belly. That is how the peer pressure come in. You see your girlfriend have a boyfriend, you want to run and go ahead and have a boyfriend. Good. Sexual violence, where your peers can attack you violently and persuade you to have sex without you wanting to have sex. Drug and alcohol abuse and poverty. Effects of teenage pregnancy, education interrupted, maternal maternal mortality complication during childbirth, meaning that you're underage, you're undeveloped physically, and you go have a child, complication can cause you to die after having given birth to that child. Social and economic challenge. You come from a low poverty background in the community, and at home they don't have enough money to provide. Now, HIV and STI. What is an STI? Simpler, infection you get when you do not protect yourself and you have unprotected sex. Curable and versus treatable. Curable infections are dealing with bacteria, as you see there, gonorrhea, syphilis, chlamydia, trichomoniasis, pubic lice. The ones who are treatable are the virus, herpes, human papillomavirus, and HIV. Signs and symptoms, you will get various signs and symptoms where a STI is concerned. Vaginal discharge, low abdominal pain, you might get a bad discharge with a bad odor, you have itching and scratching, and you can have burning during urination. HIV is found only in human, it's not transmitted by no mosquito, nothing else. It is simple, a virus that lives inside your body, and it goes from the blood. Immune deficiency, simple meaning that your immune system is not in full active and strong enough to fight off the virus when you get it. Some people may. Now, how is HIV transmitted? Simple, through blood, semen from the male, vaginal fluid from the female, and breast milk that will pass on to your child if you're infected and you breastfeed the baby. No, you can get HIV from, you cannot get it from tears. You cannot get it from sweat. You cannot get it from saliva, or you cannot get it from urine. Signs and symptoms, once somebody be HIV infected, you get fever, you get fatigueness, you get night sweat, start losing weight, you get multiple signs and symptoms that relate to HIV infection, loss of appetite, short of breath, and so forth. AIDS, simple mean, people, it is not a new disease. AIDS means that your immune system is compromised. It cannot fight off infection that your body get, so the infection stick with you. 2 or more infection, pneumonia, tuberculosis, and other infection that can cause for the doctor to know that you're AIDS infected. Signs and symptoms, pneumonia, tuberculosis, and so forth. Facts that put you at risk for an STI, high unemployment. You do not, or your parents do not have the money to help you. You go out there, you go and sleep with someone who can provide, whether it's a phone, can give you lunch money, can give you the latest outfit or the sneakers and so forth that you're looking for. Preventing unplanned pregnancy, family planning and contraceptive. Simple. The interval, meaning the space and time that you prepare your pregnancy. The age at which she wishes to have them, meaning that you young ladies having more than 1 babies before you give yourself 5, 6, 10 years before you have a next child. Controlling the number of children in a family. Some people want to have 5, 10 kids and they don't have the time to rear them where money is concerned, a good job and forth. Family planning involves use of contraceptive and other techniques to control the timing of production. Family planning is most times confused as contraceptive. Contraceptives are drugs, devices, or techniques serving to prevent pregnancy, not family planning alone. Benefits: less worry over unplanned pregnancy, greater satisfaction with life, greater educational, employment, and opportunities. When you plan your family properly, those are the benefits you get from it. Abstinence, boys and girls, that's the key. Stay away from sex until you reach the age where you can be mentally, physically, and emotionally prepared to deal with a relationship, to have a voice in your relationship, and to properly plan your family. Then you are ready. At the meantime, at your age, you're not ready for any sexual encounter with your opposite partner. As you say, saying no to sex can be difficult because of peer pressure, because of pressure by your opposite sex to force you to do something you're not ready for. Or maybe in the environment you live, you see your peers at your age who are sexually active. Social, less likely to face shame, not getting a bad reputation, and so forth. Those are the benefits of abstinence. How to abstain? Be clear with yourself about why you are making your decision. Find other outlets for your energy, such as sports, music, art, or educational pursuits. Decide ahead of time how you will act if you are in a compromised situation. Avoid situations that may make abstinence difficult. Thank you. Enjoy your day. And unfortunately, this is the time I have. And may God bless you, and look forward to seeing you again.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now invite Chevenise Barkley, member of a CAP, to make a presentation. Forward so you can take your pictures. Go forward. Go forward to go to the front of the stage. All right. All right. Yes. All right. So we have a giveaway, and this is very nice. So come forward, man. You're used to the talking, man. Come forward. Don't go like you're shy. So we have a giveaway here courtesy of Cpfsa's bookstores. And of course, it is valued at $5,000. Want to see how well you were listening to his presentation? Who can tell us, the first person who can tell us 4 topics that were covered in his presentation will have this giveaway for you. Come forward. Whoa, watch out, go Olympics, straight to Olympics. All right, let's go with you first. What are 4 topics that he covered in his presentation?
Okay, so he talked about teenage pregnancy, he talked about abstinence, he talked about family planning, and he talked about the different STIs, correct?
She was listening very well. You know, I think you should come on stage. Where's the cameraman? Come around, darling. Yeah, because you look nice and you're bright and you're intelligent and you're focused. Walk around, beat yourself, beat the odds, goody. Chart your destiny. Come right around, right around, right around. Remember, when you're going to social media, be sure, hold on. Is she here? Good stuff, good stuff. All right, here you go. Make the presentation. Come forward, man, don't hide. Use the hashtag NCS2022. And of course, be sure to follow on Instagram, CPFSAJM. All right, give her a big round of applause. All right, that will be our final presentation for this afternoon. We now invite Miss Jessica Russell and her team to the stage. Jessica Russell and team to the stage right away. All right, let me just pick up some of our sponsors. Supreme Ventures Limited, Flow, our official technology partner for today. Jamaica National, Nestle Dairy Industries, the makers of Good to Grow milk powder. Jamaica Producers, the makers of St. Mary's Johnny Crunchers. Tasty Jamaica, Steam House, Avant Academy of Music, Scoops Unlimited, Jamaica Biscuit Company, National Housing Trust, Sangster's Bookstores, Price Smart, and Pro Audio Systems. All right, to the stage we go. Later on, we have some nice entertainment. You're going to love the artists who I'm going to bring on the stage. Beer things we're not going to go on with. Me to tell you about it. Yeah, I bet you can't guess who it is. You know who is coming to the stage? Do you know? Wait. No, sir, beer bread people there. All right. Come, darling. Over here, so. Rosalie Gage Gray. She's next, you know. Are the children here? The presentation for the GSAT students. Yeah, are the children here? I believe they're here. How many children? Mr. Douglas says that there are a couple leaving. 3, 4, 5. There are 5 of them here. About the chaperone? She's here? The chaperone to accept on behalf of the child. Okay. Alright. So we'll ask the chaperone. If they're not here, then Mr. Thompson is here. I just saw him. Miss Mack is in the front. I haven't spoken to them recently.
Before we speak about what the issues and recommendations are. Some of you may have heard similar stories, and this highlights the importance of the National Children's Summit decoration. Miss Amelia Farron, can you start us off with some of the pertinent issues and recommendations that were highlighted under the thematic area of crime and violence?
Nothing good never come from a workless. Nothing good never come from your community or your workless family. And you come just the same. I refuse to become a product of my environment. I will not be a representation of the negativity that has been preached over my life. Me have to break this crosses curse here, was set over my life and end the cycle of poverty. Picture this. A child is growing up in a community where there is a high volume of violence. They are surrounded by criminal activity and learn the ways of the elders around them. Sorry. Okay. Picture this. A child is growing up in a community where there is a high volume of violence. They are surrounded by criminal activity and learn the ways of the elders around them. With no guidance, the cycle of violence continues. He is forced to participate in heinous crimes as payment for his care and protection from the leaders in his community. We, the children, noted that the increasing crime and violence decreases the level of safety, leads to social disorder, and enforces the cycle of poverty. The increasing crime situation also influences juvenile delinquency, among other issues. We, the children, recommended the following to alleviate the issues of crime and violence. Introduce more initiatives such as neighborhood watches to build trust between police officers, children, and communities so that they feel more comfortable reporting crimes and other things they may notice in their communities. Furthermore, counseling and more job opportunities should be provided for persons who are inclined to use their talents negatively, which if go unchecked can lead them to a life of crime and violence. Mr. Sherman, outline for us some of the issues affecting the juvenile justice system and recommendations that can be implemented to mitigate or address these issues.
I describe the experiences of numerous young people who have endured hardship and slipped through the cracks of the educational system as a result of the shortcomings in the juvenile justice system. In January of 2021, according to the Department of Correctional Services, 75 children were happily reintegrated into the education system. And by December of the same 2021, only 22 of the original 75 children were still in school. The remaining 53 children had either been expelled, suspended, or have ceased attending school altogether. Some of them have families who don't care for them because they believe that their child is beyond help and beyond change. They have been left to fend for themselves without the support and direction of their families. And regrettably, there is a significant likelihood that they have committed new crimes and returned to the lifestyle that they have previously tried to escape. The juvenile justice system, in our opinion as children, is not sufficiently prepared to rehabilitate juveniles into the society. Additionally, there is an instance where juvenile offenders under the age of 18 are dealt with similarly to adult offenders, which will harm our children psychologically rather than heal them. If these situations are not handled carefully and promptly, my fellow youth may suffer irreversible damages that alter their lives for the worse. In light of this, we, the children, recommend the following measures to alleviate the challenges within the juvenile justice system. Education and awareness campaigns in our schools, with educators on how to deal with juvenile offenders and youth as a whole, thus contributing to the holistic development of the next generation by identifying juvenile delinquency from an early stage and fixing it right there and then. Juvenile offenders that are placed in correctional facilities should be given targeted intervention that seek to address the root cause of the problem and provide appropriate rehabilitation solutions in the individual level. Ms. Hamilton, outline for us some of the issues and recommendations raised by children as it pertains to the family.
The story I'll be telling today is about the seventh child of a single mother home of 10. Born and raised in St. Elizabeth, who has never seen the shadow, much less the image of her father. Only knowing the struggles of her mother, having to work multiple days, hoping for a breakthrough of a brighter tomorrow. But the majority of her year, her mother spends worrying Okay. Spends worrying about where the next meal will come from. At a tender age of 5, she has to assume the responsibility of doing her part in providing for the home. Wiping windscreens, begging on the streets, selling sweets. Sadly, not one of these she can say she hasn't done. As she got older, her ways of making money got more mature. Schooling was the last thing on her mind, for it was obviously something she couldn't afford. Instead, she uses her body to make a profit. She obviously got caught up with the wrong crowd. She started selling drugs on her nightly adventures. This was her first foot in crime. No one to guide her, keeping secrets from her mother, falling deeper in her actions on a journey of never return. Finally, her actions caught up with her. She was brought to the jailhouse, her criminal record tarnished, can never or hardly get a job because of her choices. Following in the footsteps of her mother, the cycle of poverty continues. Flung in a world of disadvantages, exploits, and abuse, this is the life of a girl named Cherry. Poverty, which is a major issue affecting families, results in their inability to provide necessities for children and other family members. For example, lack of food, clothes, and inadequate shelter due to unemployment. Poverty can lead to abuse, crime, scamming, stealing livestock, shoplifting, and neglect. Furthermore, children stated that the continuous trend of fathers leaving their child is born is another issue affecting families. As it pertains to the recommendations, we, the children, noted that the authorities can implement a big brother or sister program for children that are living in single-parent homes, so that they have a mentor to provide mentorship for the child and build a positive outlook for our children. Mr. Knight Tomlinson, can you outline for us some of the issues and recommendations raised by children as it pertains to state care and transitioning from state care?
Imagine the stresses and the circumstance that would push a young girl to run away from her place of safety at a residential facility. She's smart and has the opportunity to go to school, but life in care and the soon-to-be transition out can be rough. The bully, feeling social isolation, and just generally feeling unheard can be unmotivating and distracting at times, keeping her from reaching her full potential in her studies. As it pertains to state care and transitioning from state care, we, the children, feel as though sometimes we are not adequately represented, educated, or socialized. As a result, we may find it hard to transition into society because we do not believe we can fit into society. To address the issue, we, the children, recommend strengthening aftercare programs to support children transitioning out of state care. Furthermore, we put forward the need for an ongoing psychiatric and psychological attention for wards and seminars and forums educating the public that wards of the state are normal people too. Ms. Baxter, please come to us and highlight some of the issues and recommendations raised by children as it pertains to the children's education.
Okay. So I share with you a story of a 14-year-old Isaiah, born in a low-income family that affects the access that he has to education and resources to aid in his learning. Isaiah was always naturally driven to building things and would spend his days at home when his parents could not afford to send him to school, working consistently on projects like remodeling old bicycles and other scraps and devices he could find. Isaiah's interests and potential would later lead him into a successful engineering profession, but only if he's given a fair chance of being educated in order to do so. In not being given this opportunity and feeling as though all he had was a wish, Isaiah opted to skip schools even on the days that his parents could afford to send him. He sought guidance from high school dropouts who reassured him that all he had was simply a wish. You see, Isaiah's story could have been different, and his overall potential and intellectual growth could have been developed on. Holistically, no child and their intellectual development should be stifled simply because of a lack of access to education or resources needed to propel them to further their goals. Now, based on the consensus of my fellow peers, we noted that the issues that are affecting children's education, including truancy, high school dropouts, financial issues, lack of career development guidance, domestic problems, gangs, drugs, and peer pressure. We believe that to address or mitigate these issues, that peer counseling sessions, mentorship programs, as well as the development programs for the less fortunate children need to be evaluated, and improvisation of these programs and how they're carried out should be considered in order to provide the fullest level of efficacy. Now, secondly, there is a need for more sensitization among parents about these issues, and to a further extent, support be given to these parents as they navigate addressing these concerns about their children, given how crucial these components are in the mitigation and character development process. Turning back over to Ms. Jessica Russell.
Thank you, fellow CAP members, for giving us your stories that we heard earlier, and also for telling us a little bit more about what's in the declaration. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, all the areas presented are just a subset of the full report. So this is a copy of the report, and it'll be published and available. The stories told are not only a small piece of the bigger problems, but they explain what's going on in Jamaica. And the NCS declaration helps address some of the issues highlighted. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of all the delegates here today to invite the Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Rosalie Gage Gray, to join us as we formally hand over the NCS Declaration 2022. So, Mrs. Gage Gray, if you're here, can you come on stage? Thank you. Okay, so this is it. Do you guys want to hand it to her? Mrs. Gage Gray, thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve and interact with her peers. Thank you for giving us a voice, and we hope that you will receive our declaration as a set of well-meaning recommendations that we are more than willing to work with you and your partners on to make the change.
I am pleased to hand to you the NCS Declaration 2022 for your review and action, and we anticipate periodic updates on the progress made against the recommendations mentioned in the report. Can we have a round of applause for the declaration? Woo! Oh.
Just want to thank Jessica and the members of the CAP for wonderful work done over the last 2 years and for this declaration that they have just presented. We commit to implement the recommendations, and we will have further discussions with them as we seek to do that. Thank you so much. All the best.
CAP executives, thank you so much. Chaperones of the Western region, kindly meet at the back. Chaperones of the Western region, kindly meet at the back. All right. Right now, we're going to be making the presentation to the top performers in the 2022 sitting of the Primary Exit Profile PEP. Awards will be given to the top boy and girl from each region and overall top boy and girl based on the PEP results. We now invite to the stage Mrs. Michelle McIntosh Harvey, Director of Financial Management and Accounting Services of the Cpfsa. All right. Mrs. McIntosh Harvey? She's coming? Okay. And Mr. Warren Thompson, Director of Children and Family Programs at the Cpfsa. All right. I don't want to leave yet tonight because we have entertainment. Again, we got to big up our sponsors, Supreme Ventures, Flow, Jamaica National, Nestle Dairy Industries, the makers of Good to Grow Milk Powder, Jamaica Producers, the makers of St. Mary's Johnny Crunchers, Tasty Jamaica, Steam House, Avant Academy of Music, Scoops Unlimited, Jamaica Biscuit Company, National Housing Trust, Sangster's Bookstores, Price Smart, and Pro Audio Systems. Students, we're going to ask you to fill out the NCS evaluation forms. QR code to access the evaluation are posted throughout, all right? There are also physical forms that you can complete. And of course, if you're posting to social media, we're asking you to use the hashtag NCS2022, all right? Okay. So, from the southeastern region, we have Jordan Airy, who will be attending Cedar Grove High School, and Jada Thompson, who will be attending Glenmuir High School. Jordan and Jada, are you here? Jordan Airy and Jada Thompson from the Southeast region. Are you here? If you are, wave. All right, come forward, darling. Jordan Airy and Jada Thompson. From the Northeastern region, we have Amar Campbell, who will be attending St. Mary High, and Destiny Fairclough, who will be attending Fern Court High. Amar Campbell, are you here? Destiny Fairclough, are you here? All right, we'll make the present in the middle, want the cameraman them. Yeah, man. Jordan and Jada. All right, darling. Stay right here. Yes, Destiny. Looking at the camera, man. Looking at the camera. Skin off your teeth. Take off the mask and skin off your teeth, goodie. Let them see a nice teeth. Give them a big round of applause. Yeah, man. When you work hard, you forget praise. Jordan. Yes, Jordan. Little and bright. Yes, Jordan. Skin off your teeth. Skin off your teeth, Jordan. All right. That is it. And we have, that's Jordan Airy and Jada Thompson from the Southeast region. We have from the Northeast region, Destiny Fairclough. Omar, you made it. All right, that is it. And Omar Campbell, who will be attending St. Mary High. Woohoo! All right. Yes, Omar. Skin off your teeth, your work feet. Yes, man. Yes, man. Big smile. That is it. That is it. All right. Thank you so much. And we now invite Mr. Warren Thompson, Director of Children and Family Programs at the Cpfsa. From the Western region, we have Marcus Ranger, who will be attending Old Harbor High. Marcus Ranger. Marcus, where you there? Are in that? Yes, Marcus, run, run, run. No, Marcus, we're going to send you to World Champs. Under 20, you are going next, Marcus. Under 20 for you. No, I'm run fast, see? I like it. All right. Congratulations. And in the breathless, you know? From the southern region, we have Shaquem Brown, who will be attending El Pansas Davis High School. Shaquem, are you here? As well as Amoya Brown, who will be attending Hampton. All right. We now ask Mrs. Rosalie Gage Gray, CEO of the Cpfsa, to come to the stage. Shaquem and Amoya Brown, are you here? Not seeing them? All right. We'll ask Mrs. Rosalie Gage Gray to come on the stage. And the overall top boy for outstanding performance in PEP 2022 is a young man from St. James. Him run like a sprinter. Welcome, Marcus Ranger. Marcus, come. You're the top boy. Sprint again. Come true. Come true. Come true. That is it. What for reward hard work, you know. Yeah. Can't no fun when you love sing about the badness. When we have the goodness and the hard work, we offer reward and award it. Woo! And the overall top girl for outstanding performance in PEP 2022 is a young lady who hails from St. Catherine, Jada Thompson. Woo! When I make nice, like when I hear Ambala play. Make nice. Yup. And the top girl from the Western region is Moesha Campbell. Moesha look like she gone. Where's Moesha? All right, so we have to go make that presentation later. But is the top performing young lady here? Jada? Jada Thompson. She's a top performing girl. All right. Jada. Come, Jada. Yahoo! Go forward, man. Yeah, man. Come, Jada. Skin off your teeth. Yes. Remember when you're sharing to social media to use the hashtag NCS2022 and tag CPFSAJM on all the social media platforms. We now invite Miss Amelia Ferron, PRO of the CPFSA CAP, to give the vote of thanks. Amelia? Hey, Mr. Amelia Klein.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing? On the sun, look tired. On the tired? Tired? Me too. To our generous sponsors, specially invited guests, other relevant stakeholders, the children delegation, my fellow CAP, and last but certainly not least, the Child Protection and Family Services Agency family who made this possible. A huge thank you for giving us children to learn and voice our concerns and on the issues affecting us. Kudos and keep up the good work. Thanks again.
All right, thank you. Before I bring on the big performer of the afternoon, I have some giveaways for you right here. Who can tell me 3 Heart NSTA institutions represented here this afternoon? Come on the stage, come tell me. Come and tell me 3 Heart NSTA institutions represented here today. Come to the front. Come to the front. Don't shy. Don't shy. Who can tell me 3 Heart NSTA institutions represented here today? I just see somebody hold up them hand. Them get shy. All right. Which former prime minister started Heart? Which former, come. Which former prime minister started Heart? Damaika Shipo, the answer is the Right Honorable Edward Siaga. All right, tell me 2 skill areas offered by Heart Trust. Tell me 2 skill areas. All right, come. We saw weddings, you know, we saw weddings. So before I bring on the performer of the afternoon, let me bring on the CPFSA mascot, Mr. Protector.
Check.
Never did that work well ago. Mr. Protector. Hey! Hey!
cuss them in a my hand. Say them want to take my throne, them can't bring out the collar. I have my house and I have my car. Have my
What? We're not in no stress. Happiness. Okay. Stir fry. Stir fry. Leg of the bird. Leg of the bird. All right. Dash, 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 dash. Mr. Protector. Give it up for Mr. Protector. I'm going to tell you right now, it's the artist that you've all been waiting for. Him say ambition. Him say work for what you want. Anything you want, you can get. Once you put your mind to it, and once you work for it, welcome, Youngster!
Blessings, blessings. Big up Spark, him like a hairstyle. Act me, you know? Kids walk on, you good? Blessings, man, love and light, love and light. No, allow them, man. Leave them, leave them, leave them. Yeah. All right, I'm touching the same. See? So before we even start, how the feeling today? You feel good? Oh, but that's how the feeling. Oh, but that's so. Oh, but yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so let's do some entertainment now. All right, here I come go on now. May I go to the preference? Which song do you want me to sing first? No, I'm not singing Ambition first. I'm not singing Ambition first. Huh? You want emotion? Find emotions if I'm sing emotion for my fans. Come. Emotions, DJ. Oh, yeah. Bush loader. Over there, sir. 2-0. Huh. 2-2. Yeah. Everybody now. Here we go. When emotions are. Hey. One prayer heal all those wounds. Just remember, say, Jah feels your pain. Jah feels your. When the sky's not blue, me native don't give up too soon. Just remember, say, Jah feels your pain. Jah feels. I coulda really want the cause of this. Them say the cake I want to half of it. Teacup me put in them saucery. Style it thing now I'm a part of it. The wagon full of more me can't carry. Don't count me out so me them can't dally. Do me thing and cut this so me not hurry. Some brother shame and face we make I water it. Partially them style me already know what the boss are. I look at thing me listen when you talk mommy. Cause humans want take me hard from me. Can't talk forever you know me can't drop it. Nation bush like that sing harmony. Fair feel love and joy. Put up in the nice sky now. Ready? When emotions are passed through you, one prayer heal all those wounds. Just remember, say, Jah feels your pain. Jah feels your pain. And when the sky's not blue, me native don't give up too soon. Just remember, say, Jah feels your pain. Jah feels your pain. Hey, me get scared for troubles and humble me gene and more heal. And words can't explain how me feel. Me see too much pain, will I pretend to be real. So me keep it thoughts over feelings. Cut me and now me no bleed. Yeah, me feel pain and me bleed. Nation boss down there, me sing for him now. How you go now? Watch it. Hey, we make a change into this. One track with two grades. Nation we're too great. Veterans of today. Congratulations, I'm like touche. And many say they want us winning. I'm like, really, do they? With all their crusade, are there excuses? So, when emotions are passed through you, one prayer heal all those wounds. Just remember, say, Jah feels your pain. Jah feels. Hey, when the sky's not blue, me native don't give up too soon. Just remember, say, Jaja feels your pain. Jaja feels your pain. No. Oi. Stage. Come on, come. Behave on yourself, man. Behave on yourself. No bother with it. No bother with it, man. Don't bother with it, man. Hold it, my general. Remember, you know, violence is not the way, man. Yeah, man, no problem. I go in the picture, man. I love what I deal with. If I love what I deal with, I love. No violence. What we are dealing with? Love? No violence. Love. No violence. That is it. Now, huh? I'm so sing ambition for the man. Zane? No, anybody in that crowd ever build a folk club yet? Never build a folk club? All right. What the first thing I get when I build a folk club? Yeah, money. Yeah, place with Billy Coop. Zine? Then I get the board. Then I get the mesh wire. Then I get the nail. Then I get the carpenter. Then I get the sawdust. Then I get the chicken. That is it. Folk club. 2. All right, now the one of them fall down. See? With the foot them. Ready? Hey. Want them to follow me, you know. See? Second. Set. Ready? Hey. I don't business with them, bro. Me have my own ride, big life with big slow. That be somewhere I go get the fence, so jump back and tea and up on it. Flex, well, like the four lads. Now, here we come go on now. My young queens want to abstain, you know. Zin, set a future before any boy. Zin, better tomorrow, not sorrow. Say Bush. Hey, I don't business with them, bro. Me have my own ride, big life with big slow. Land me, so me I go get the fence, so jump back and tea and up on it. Makes sense, though. And if I glass to drink car, so. Over I talk them free. Joe contribution and NHD. So me can qualify for your loan. And use that money and purchase a home. My plan surpass A, B, and C. We got the old shop turn here beyond foundations. Grandbabies can face up. Everybody in the crowd sing. So me go be a folk. We back and see that bounce up. Go Scotia, go take. We put a vaccine on it. Hey, myself me a hold do. Because I'm supposed to. So can't let me left alone, bro. And round a bitch off road. And listen me. See them with care all until them gray and all. What me do? Build up a cup and get some layer fall. Circle every small business with their town. Sell them liquid eggs and just 40 mil when me make Monday alone. I'm out beer than beef and care now. Me use bills, my accessories, pan AliExpress. And everybody in the crowd get catch. I got the bird. Next shot. Yeah. Hey, here I come going now. I soon give you ambition, man. Which tune do you want me to sing now? I not sing ambition yet. Yo, my boss. I show them so I can dance. Find something for me there. Find a ding dong there for me. I give them a dance. Show them so Rasta can dance. Run it. Give me the watch your bonks there. Watch your bonks. Yeah? Alright. What you want? Ambala. Alright, Ambala. Find Ambala. Find Ambala. Find Ambala. Find Ambala. Find Ambala for me, them in general. I perform for my kids, them. Find Ambala for me. Yeah? Yeah, man. Come up on the stage, man. Come. Come up on the stage, come dance. Come up on the stage, come dance. See? One more. Ready? Ready? All right. Here we go.
Godfather, I'm a shot caller.
about time, General. Come in. Now teach me now. Take time with me now, Zin. When I teach me now, take time with me, Zin, sir. Ready again, my General. Ready? You want to come too? Come, brother, come, brother, come. We can't get no more, come. Ready? Show me, General. Ding dong now, ding dong, ding dong. Give me ding dong, give me ding dong. Ready now. Boss who can dance now. Ready? Everybody now. Everybody now for your move. Come in. Ready? Come. Come. Me on it today. Come in. Ready? Ready? Find the ambition for me now, my General. No. All right. They can't stay, man. They can't stay, man. They can't stay. Now, here come go on now. You see, in a life, in order for you to make it, you have to have ambition. You have to be educated and also have talent. If you have talent, it's a bush. If you respect Jamaica, it's a bush. If you know you're bright, it's a bush. If you know your future bright, it's a bush. I love that. Run me ambition, my General. No, I want every hand in the sky, so. That one them ambition wave. See, sir? Over there, so. The gents them and the queen them. Every hand in the sky. Hey, excuse me, no pagans. Me not seek validation. All right now, so here I come go on. Want to follow me now, Zin? The one named Bushrock. We are doing it for the ambition, Zin? You ready? All of my kids them scream. Sure, me not seek validation. Toast and admiration. From you now you be a chance. Boasting about name brands. But cost over 8 grand. When me searching of the same one. For the cost of a straight pants. Hey, why own a Ferrari? Wait now here to park it, boy. Why shop a Louis V? When there is a target. Come baby. Now me hype on my face. Choom, come. Bank account can't empty. Come make we sing. Acres of a market. Hey, link my wife on my wife. Wait, go inside. Child support not the lead to sing. Hey, investment, yeah, brother. Yeah. Hey, me alright, deal me. Come as a bush lad now, come. If you are 50, yeah. Hey. And I say, no matter what you me. Joe, soon start supply Walgreens. Stocks large when the plant trees. Them feels them a wood a football go up on. You and you, sir. And it's a baker me bill from a buller sent me with dispensary. I want bush lad, acres over. We can't go now. Go! Child support that. Farming over flask. Investment over brand. Inheritance for my seeds, Me alright being me. Bounce me low. If you are 50 and never make a brings get used. Means of course say your kids next to employment to use as a big excuse. You want him grow so him get same 24 hours so you have to. When your kids do good you buy them jewels. 100 G's buy their own tools. To keep getting wealthy. Cho, no matter what you. Because Cho, stacks large when you plant trees. Them fields them a wood. You and you, sir. And it's a baker, me bill from a buller, send me with dispensary. I want bush land. We're going left for now. Hold it. Now, kids, it's to be an all fun comes respect. It's in the elder, we have to respect them. The world I run short with love. And uno have the power to change that. Me I get old now. Because my time ago. Uno are forward. You hear that? Yeah man, I really think I tell you straight. Me I get old. I uno young guy me right now. Seeing? Someone want to look on the parents and applaud them. Because for raise a youth not easy. Clap on yourself. Respect on the teacher. All on the elders. Come here, my dancer friend. Come through. Big up yourself same way. Let me look at Princess. The Princess, come here, Princess. Yeah, man, I go all on the oak, man. I worry yourself, man. Together we are one. See? Yeah.
Mr. Bro, I love you. Mr. Roberts, I love you now.
Yeah, so big up. Big up, Mr. Roberts. Yeah, shout out for that, no?
Me want big up Auntie Shireen, Miss Keisha, Miss Shanna, Uncle Everton, right there, so.
All right, there's some mama. Right, there's some. Miss Attitude, come here, come here. Come here, pink here, pink and black here. Who you want big up? You got somebody?
Don't forget the one Auntie Tracy.
All right, Miss Tracy, come now. Come up, Miss Attitude. Who else want big up? You want big up somebody?
Me big up you.
All right, mama, big up. Yeah, I love you now. I can't go now. All right, bye-bye. See? I love you now. All the one. I don't want a picture? All right, I'm come go to the picture. All right. Yeah. You want to big up somebody? All right, big up somebody.
Big up Miss Kias, Miss Blake, and the whole of my support team. That is
Big up Pringle. Big up my grandmother and my father. Big up Miss Livia, Miss Girl right there. I love you, Miss Grant and Miss Robert.
Big up Jamaica. Big up on yourself and big up God. Say Bush.
Yeah. All right, this is how we put a cap on things this afternoon. Got to big up to the Cpfsa. Be sure to tag them when you're posting on social media at CpfsaJM. Also use the hashtag NCS2022. All right, thank you so much for having me. My name is ZJ Sparks. You can follow me on Instagram and TikTok at SparkyBabyOfficial. Have a wonderful afternoon and remember to beat the odds, all right?
Good evening, people.